Oh, ha ha ha, alrighty then, everybody. Drop the volume on that. Welcome, 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 once again, to another D&D session. I am your host and Dungeon Master, Burn the Priest, also known as Grim. With us today, of course, we have our players. We have our Tiefling Paladin, played by Mr. Blackburn.
Pleasure to have you.
We have our Tabaxi Ranger Nameless, played by Mr. It's Time to Rage.
Crickets.
Crickets. That's your introduction because you're stealth somewhere. You don't do an introduction, you're already in hiding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, mic check.
You're still
Did
sounding
change?
like
You're still you.
No, you motherfucker.
You're still you.
Such
Such an odd way to put it.
Hate voice winner.
Like, it makes sense. It's just such an odd
How
way
about
to
now?
be. There you go. Now you're cooking.
It's weird because like to reopen a tab that you close in Chrome and the fucking turn the voice changer off is the same damn 3 keys.
Oh yeah, it's a fun time. So I think the cube test was a success. This is a nice, smooth, solid cube. So it must have hit something and was just being dumb. That solves
Are
my
all the
qualms.
colors the same on the sides? Like every side has its own color?
No, it's all gray. It's just one filament.
Oh.
And then we have, speaking of cubes, we have our changing artificer, Mr. Nez, played by Stealth Rage 7.
Hello.
And then, last but certainly not least, for he is the biggest boy, we have our Lionfolk Barbarian, played by Mr. Rexus, by the name of Okros.
Hello.
You know us, you've seen us. This is episode 25, if I remember correctly, as it's hard to track everything with how life is. Episode numbers have kind of gone out the window as we've just continued down this saga of what has been going on with our dear players. And so, speaking of where we left our dear players, we have something to discuss, specifically with our ranger, before we do our recap.
Uh-oh.
As Mr. Nameless, everyone else in the party was given a choice due to the patronage of Sir Tiberius. Everyone got a special ability they had to choose between. Nez got one, Okros got one, and Kree got one. And for you, as you were sitting at the table and you're kind of seeing them all have this 1,000-yard stare, as in their mindscapes, they're being given this choice. They're being shown how these abilities work and what they're for and where they're coming from. You feel the same thing kind of come over your own mind as you are pulled away from where you're sitting into your own mindscape, where you find yourself talking to a 7'4", massive of a man, standing in a tabard with multiple religious symbols across its chest, a crusader helm, and a sword that looks very similar to the one that Creed carries. And he looks to you and simply says, "I'm Sir Tiberius. I'm here to give you a boon, a choice, as being granted due to the patronage bestowed upon one Mr. Creed that is a part of your group. He has brought forth this favor to give you an edge against the gods, for I think it's time you fought fire with fire. And so I give you 2 choices. Yours was the hardest to think of from my repertoire of powers that I have, as within the Trinity, I am one that deals with strength, not finesse. And so, after consulting with the other 2, I believed I've come forth with something that can be useful. and he holds up his hands, and in either hand there seems to be a little glowing stone. From this, within these stones, you kind of see these sigils come out. He goes, touch one and see what it looks to give you. Then take the one as you make your choice, and you will be given this power.
What would happen if I just pause on both?
It would be a waste. Unfortunately, I will not be able to materialize again. It is a special case for me to be here at this moment, as we were able to finally make our way to this side of the plains because of the words of Creed.
Okay. I was hoping I was going to be able to rock there and, just remember to myself, all these cubes make a sphere. All these cubes make a sphere. Sorry, you said cube earlier, and I'm going to do that joke.
That's fair.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do, this is I'm facing him. Right paw, left hand.
Yeah, essentially, there's one in front of you, so you want to do just the one on the left first, essentially.
Yeah, my right, his left.
Okay. So you touch that one, and you're kind of brought to a arena made of rooftops. They all kind of jut out at different instances, and you stand there next to him, and you see a ghostly image of yourself in front of you, sitting and perched, much like you normally would when you're doing your Overwatch. Tiberius looks to you and goes, I know that you like to stay nimble. Being a tabaxi, you tend to move very quickly, but you're limited in verticality. That's why we wish to give you something that can change that fact. And as you watch your ghostly image, your mirror image, so to speak, they begin to run towards the edge of two rooftops, the span which is significantly wider than anything you have jumped across before, that you know that if this is a copy of you, it's going to try, but it's not going to do it, because other gaps you've had to jump of this distance of 45, 50 feet had to have been with assistance from Okros and Nez with Lucifer. And so you're waiting for it, the jump, and then the fall. But you see, as the Tabaxi runs, it slings its rifle over its shoulder. It runs and jumps, and as it hits the top of its arc, it almost seems to be in a puff of smoke appear 30 feet farther and land on the other side of the rooftop, not losing momentum, and keeps running. And you see, as it keeps going along these different staggered rooftops, it continues to do this blink almost, as it goes up and up and up and up, jumping between surfaces that it normally wouldn't be able to reach with just its physical capabilities. That is the first one. Are you pleased with this option? Would you like to see the other?
So with that one, I can fling myself into the wall.
Well, you can essentially aim yourself in whatever direction you wish. You can change direction and keep your momentum, and so vertical surfaces will no longer be an issue. If you run up a wall 10 feet and it's 40 feet high, you can blink yourself the next 30 and reach the edge. If you wish to cross a gap and you can only jump 30, well, you can blink to make it 60. This gives you an extra advantage in crossing those large gaps and moving between spaces rather quickly, as you see that what's left when you do it is simply smoke. Something that is not unbeknownst to the world that you live in. A smoke cloud suddenly disappearing from the top of the rooftop is not something that is entirely conspicuous.
I listened to that whole thing, I promise. I was just trying to see if Nez was laughing his ass off sitting in his chair. But,
I was.
Oh, you are? Okay. I didn't see it. It must have been... Yeah, I must have missed it. That was kind of cool. Let's check the other one, though. Because I mean, I gotta see both before I can make a decision. So, let's look at the other one.
It was very well. And you are pulled back to where you were before your eyes kind of zoom pan into the next area. You find yourself on a flat surface. It almost looks like ethereal, like cobblestones. Very much akin to the area where you had fought the Blight Piper A simple fountain, cobblestones, and some simple walls of buildings that seem to no longer exist past the front face. It was, we could see from where we were standing that trying to track something you can't see is more difficult than you would imagine. And that something slipping into your mind is something that no one wishes to have done. The loss of autonomy and the acts that you're forced to do can sometimes leave scars. But what if we gave you the ability to see through something else's eyes? If you take the same methods, but apply them in a passive sense, you could almost look through the eyes of another that you can see, therefore being able to find things that may not be able to be seen by your own. Such, in course, if you watch this scene play out. And he shows you the scene of where the Blight Piper had snuck up on you before. You're perched up on the roof, and you see him kind of blurred out, so just kind of an outline of him, run across the street and kind of acrobat up the side and stand behind you. You, because you didn't see him, do not know he's there. He goes, that is how the events transpired the first time. He had made himself unseen to the eyes, and therefore was able to get behind you and cause all those events. But now, let's rewind and try with your new tool. Using your warg, you'd be able to see through the eyes of whatever you pick, whether it's your own friends, as they would not be insulted or injured by this. They do not know what is happening. Or if you're able to, stealthily place it on an enemy you know will try to escape you. If you do, and he shows you here, as that the Blight Piper starts to move, before he blurs, you see you do your incantation, your hand signals, and you suddenly see a yellow cone come out of the Blight Piper's eyes. It was, that essentially represents what you see. And so now let's play out the scene again. Once more, you see yourself on the rooftop, you're perched, you're waiting. You see the Blight Piper now with a cone of vision begin to move towards you. As he gets to move across the street, all of a sudden you see Nameless on the roof turn and put a round off at his feet. The Blight Piper standing still, now knowing that he's been found. Simply using that ability, you saw where he was going. Therefore, you could figure out where he's been. And that would stop him from getting the drop on you. Now, this is just one use of this power. You can, of course, use it to find other things. Place it on animals and let it crawl under the doorways of buildings, or simply becoming a fly on the wall. But both of these options, your tool specifications are limitless. The imagination is the key to human ingenuity, as we should know.
What's the drawback of this one? Like, do I have to touch them? I mean, you said I had to say hand signals, so I guess I don't have to touch anybody to be able to do that. Right?
It has a maximum range of where you can cast it, but it is simply just you have to place it and maintain your thoughts on it. That is the drawback, is that it will make it so that you now see through the eyes of another, making it easier for you to spot differences, problems, find information. But if you're concentrating on this, you will not be able to concentrate on another.
Okay.
Though you need to be close enough to see the person to set it, there is no maximum range of once it's set of how far away they get from you that you can see through.
That was my next question. We're just gonna go with that one. I feel like Okros and Nez can throw me enough. I feel like that would be more beneficial for other things too, including like if the druid ever wild shapes, she wants to go do reconnaissance, I can relay to everybody else and see what she can see, so on and so forth. We're gonna go with that.
Very well, and one last factor that you must take into account with this ability specifically is that if you use it on someone who can see differently than you, whether it's seeing beyond this plane or seeing through illusions, or even in the essence of your compatriot who can wild shape. If she turns herself into an eagle and you look through her eyes, you are not simply looking through hers, you are looking through the eagle's. So now you can use their ability to see far distances to your advantage. Be able to pick things that maybe she misses when she's looking. Keep that in mind, and if this is your choice, and as you pull back and you find yourself standing back in front of him as he's holding the 2 stones, he goes, if this is your choice, as he holds up his right hand, then simply take the stone and stow it in your pocket. That will symbolize in your mind which one you've picked, and our business will be concluded here. And if Creed beseeches us once more, and if times are dire enough, and if we're able to come back, we may give you another. But for now, make your choice.
Oh, it's that one. I snatch it and I
In the pocket. Just in the pocket immediately.
It's just, yeah, like, I feel like I would toss it up in the air, like, kind of hold my pocket out and let it fall in.
do a little finesse to it, really kind of do the thing. Yeah. He smiles and goes, very well. Give my regards to the paladin. Your next stop may not be as pleasant as where you've been. And it fades off into fog as you find yourself back at the kitchen table as all 4 of you kind of return from your 1,000-yard stairs. All been given this ability. So for your mechanic-wise, what you can write down on paper, on your character sheet, however you wish to do it, essentially you have the Warg ability, W-A-R-G. You can use it twice a day to essentially tag a creature within 120 feet of you to see through their eyes as long as you concentrate on it. The limit is a day, so 24 hours from casting is the maximum extent you can do it, as it is very low power and it's passive. If it's a willing creature, there is no check. You just do it and it happens. If it is a creature that has a barrier up, such as someone you are fighting or is being combative, there will be essentially a DC check against you, which would be, for you, you're level 11. What's your wisdom modifier?
+1.
+1. So it would be a DC 17 check they'd have to beat to not have the, essentially, Warg ability placed on them. If you catch them unaware, such as if you're behind them or if they don't hear you, that goes out the window. But if they can clearly see you doing it, they'll try to resist it. But otherwise, if they're unaware, this doesn't make a lot of intrusion. The only ones that you would see that have issues detecting it before you can actually place it would be either high-level wizards, sorcerers, people who have a very high perception of things, especially of the arcana, anyone who has psionics, high-level monsters, things that just have a better perception of themselves. But like I said, if you get the drop on them and they don't really know you're there, it doesn't really matter. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. So it's within sight and within 120 feet, you said?
Yeah, basically, if you have a line of sight and it's 120 feet, you can do it. If they exit that range, it does not break. The only time it will break is if you break concentration. And then, addition to that, if the creature you're placing on has any sight abilities, dark vision, true sight, planar vision, there's another one I can't remember, anything interesting that they can see, you'll see through it. If they have cast illusions or such, you would see through them because they would not see them like you do, because that's how, like, the magic mirror nonsense works. So, yeah. So that's what you get. So that's what you have. You have the Warg. And because you weren't here last time, you guys all kind of sit at the table as you all realize that you've been visited by Tiberius. And so all of you kind of ask the same question of, did you see what I see?
Not yet.
Dun-dun, dun, dun-dun. Very good. Very funny.
I like so looked at your stream and I just stopped to look at my camera going with the blank face like that.
Very good. So yeah, you guys are all kind of sitting around the table as you all come back into essentially focus. What do you guys do from here?
I was actually curious if that Benelli was done with the artificers.
Ah, if the Benelli has been finished. Let us see. Let us see. You would know that with the parts and machining required to make it, just from your basic knowledge of it, is that even with a team of artificers working on it, a lot of these materials need to be made of higher grade steel than what is normally found in weapons and armor, on top of being made to very specific, well, specifications. Not to mention reverse engineering it from a blueprint you gave them, not an actual model. So you feel like it's going to take a bit for them to get through it. They're definitely making progress, but it's not something that's going to happen except probably in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
Unless you find them something that can help.
Okay. And the only other thing is I wanted to go get some more stuff to make rounds for the alligator rifle and see if they had any more.
Yeah, you can definitely go have a chat with the artificers and see what they have on their person. But would you guys like to talk about your abilities between the party members? As it's, you all kind of zoned out for a minute there.
I did have one more question
Yeah.
about it. It is a little weird. So it's probably too specific. I'm probably overthinking it, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. So with Aura, if I cast it on her and then she wild shapes, do I only get like the abilities of her eyes, or do I get whatever she wild shapes into if I've cast it on her first?
If you cast it on first and she wild shapes, you get the ability of whatever she wild shapes into. Because she herself has now changed shape, therefore her eyes have changed. So the ability would proc on the new vision, so to speak.
So I needed.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Did he just like fade away for anyone else, or was that just me?
Yep, he faded
Yeah.
away.
Ah.
All right, cool.
What I did?
Yeah.
Oh, there you're
Really?
back.
I mean, that might have been somebody in the background. I don't know. I hit my vape afterwards.
Oh no, you faded away as you were speaking.
Oh, really? That's
that
fucking
last
weird.
line.
Man, you know I always have audio issues. Especially when it comes to the mic.
How his response is, man, you know how it is.
I've had this Blue Yeti for like 5 years. I'm surprised that it still works.
Just to like do a quick recap on mine. Mine was basically like a mace that like comes out that does a 15-foot cone, right?
Yes, you have Force Smash. Or Ground Pound, or whatever you want to call it. Basically, you can...
I just put Spiritual Maul twice a
Yeah,
day. 15-foot cone.
Whatever you want to call it. Magic Stick, the go away button. You know, it's...
Use the Force, bitch!
The Force Push. I mean, it's whatever you want to fucking call it. But essentially, it's just... Spiritual weapon comes out, You smash it into the ground, causes a 15-foot cone shockwave, knocks people down and away from you.
Guys, I got a beating stick.
God, beating stick.
You stay the fuck away from me with that stick.
I do believe any stick is a beating stick if you're brave enough.
That's words of advice from Creed. Words of wisdom. Nuggets of wisdom. It's got to go on the quote wall somewhere. Beating stick. Any stick is a beating stick if you're brave enough. Very good.
Should be strong enough, but yeah.
Either. Potato, potato.
I love the cool pop culture, but I don't know how Creed would know the reference. That's the problem. Which would be from Firefly, which is, you know what the chain of command is. The chain I go and beat you with. You know who's in command around you.
Until you listen to me. Nah.
Yeah. Creed's just gonna lean back in his chair with his thumbs over his eyes.
Only 14 months. Get good, scrub.
Wait, on them for 14 months.
Huh?
What do you mean 14 months?
Who are you talking to? The voice in my heads. Oh.
I'm gonna just say thank you to both of you now.
There you go.
Verbally.
Yeah, so you guys all got special abilities from Tiberius. And last session, you also were given information on the whereabouts of the other deities from Clem, where essentially he gave you the lowdown of what he's heard and what he's seen from money talking in a literal sense of the word. And so to kind of go over where everything is currently, you guys are currently in New Haven with the Eternal Watch. You have gone to the Scorch Temple. He told you that Watcher's Rest is, or they believe it to be, under local control, but because basically the minions of the gods haven't made it to the desert, or found the desert very inhospitable, they're not entirely sure if they've taken it. If they have, that's a problem, because a stone's throw from your own coastline, and they could use it as a foothold or staging area to either go out and take out Scordoon or Edriel Cove, which is a problem. Those two fortress cities, or essentially a fortress city and a small town, are main manufacturers of silica and glass and a bunch of other different components that come out of this desert. Especially along the lines of exotic components that are buried underneath the sands that are made by the lightning strikes that run through because of the scorched conditions. So losing those would mean exotic components would become less common than they already are, which would be an issue. He told you that Shiva is currently in the Cradle of Life. That's all he really knows. He doesn't know where she is exactly. She just knows that she is in this large farmland region that is between Demosoian and Durian's Watch, which are these just massive swaths of farmland and export points. Demiosin exports towards the west, towards like the Glass Keep, whereas Durian's Watch helps export north towards New Haven and such, or before all of this occurred. That was their normal routes. He told you that Erwan, the Celtic god of death, is sitting on the broken spire, which Creed happens to know very intuitively, but that is where she is, and he doesn't understand why, as that place has been derelict for 14 years. Go figure. He told you that Balder, the tattooed putz, is sitting on Blackstone Keep, which Mr. Creed brought to your attention that Blackstone Keep is where they held a lot of experimental testing and development, specifically for psionics, and it's also where they had a lot of Weird things happen that never made it outside the walls. He heard about it, he never went there, but it was always a place of if you go within those doors, you don't come back out kind of situation. He told you that the glass keep is still kind of abandoned. There may be some people moving in and out of it, but otherwise it's kind of been left alone. Crom survived his assault on the glass keep. Unbeknown to you guys, you thought you put the final kills on him. He somehow escaped. He's now sitting on Cauldry and is kind of using that as his own staging ground and turning it into a large kind of fight pit to make soldiers. And Ares is sitting on Head Thunder, turning that into kind of his command center. And then, of course, you know that Zeus and the Prophet of Truth that was survived the original Godfall, as well as the Biophagus, are all in High Charity. And that's kind of the shtick that he gave you for it. You still have 2 other temples to find, which is the Northern Point and the Drowned Gate, as well as possibly moving into Dunmarn as a foothold for the other side of the region. But that's the information he gave you. And so once he gave you that, Leandros basically wanted to talk to you guys at your earliest convenience about what your next steps should or could be. Because at this point, the region you're in is secured. They have been able to put together enough of military personnel to essentially stock up and hold out on a lot of these places and make sure everything is hunky-McDory. And so now it's up to you. You have the Valkyrie, the thing that's able to kind of lift you to these new areas and go forth and do cool things. And Ravenholm is being kind of cleaned and is being renovated as a point of command for Leandros when eventually New Haven becomes more populated and he wants to make it less militaristic. He'll move all his force to Ravenholm where all the training grounds and equipment forges are. So, with that, I leave it to you, dear players. What do you want to do? Who do you want to go talk to?
Crickets.
I was gonna say he knows where I want to go already. I did it so out of order.
Sorry, navigating stuff in mobile. I want to go talk to Leandros. So.
All right. All right. So Creed wants to go to Leandros. Mr. Nez, you want to go talk to the artificers. Okros and Nameless, are you guys going to stick with one of the other party members? You guys have your own things you want to go try and take care of before or if you leave?
Well, I mean, I was gonna do the whole get out more rounds for the alligator rifle, but Ned's already doing that. So, Okros, coffee?
They'll probably give us some more if you come.
Okay, coffee and then that.
All right. All right. So, Okros and Nameless, you guys will stay put in the townhouse, have coffee, and then depart. Mr. Nez, you head off towards the artificers, and Mr. Creed, you head off towards the government building to speak to Leandros.
May I actually change what I'm going to do?
Okay. What would you like to
I'm
do?
going with him to the artificers because statistically, so far, when we go off alone, things don't go well. So.
Fair enough. All right.
All right, Okros, I guess we have to make it to go.
You can stick around. Like, out of character, you two can stick there and vibe all you want.
It's just not good when we leave it just to one person, is what he's saying. At least that's how I took it.
Buddy teams is what I'm getting.
I mean, we also don't have, like, the, oh shit, what's her race? Why am I blanking right
The
now?
elf?
Yes, we don't have the sea elf, nuclear fire alarm over a, bug issue happening today.
Or the Piper anymore.
That is
That
also
we know
true.
of.
Oh no, he's super dead.
Oh, he is super dead.
Oh, Creed super killed him. He's super dead.
can confirm the man is dead.
Yes.
Yeah,
Creed
I thought
confirmed the
he's
kill
come
this
back
time.
before.
Oh no, Creed
Kill
confirmed the
confirmed.
kill this time.
Oh, okay.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That man is no more. He has been eliminated from the board. Both him and the Plague Doctor have been removed as chess pieces, so to speak.
Cool.
Yeah. So
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying nice.
all right. So then, Mr. Creed and Mr. Nez, you guys will move on towards the Artificers grouping to see what you can do about some weapons, armor, and ammunition. While Okros and Nameless, you guys have a nice cafe and basically tell the other two you'll meet up with them in a minute. You know they're going to be in the Artificers group, and then they're going towards the government building to speak with Leandros. You two will essentially meet up with them when they go to see Leandros, as it will be afterwards. As you're going to have a nice vibe coffee. You know, it's going to be peak. But anywho, Nez and Creed, you guys make your way towards the Artificers grouping. As you move your way in, you see that the tents are a little bit busier than normal. There's a number of people kind of crowding and surrounding it. A lot of people bringing things up to them, whether it's raw materials, broken pieces of munitions and armor and such. And they're just kind of taking boxes and like they're handing what looks to be pieces of paper back with stuff written on it. And it's a lot of commotion outside the tent. And as you get a little closer, you start to see that it's people almost donating scrap they have, from what it seems. And the Artificers are giddy. Like, they are happy as they could possibly be to see all of this material come kind of swarming in to the actual group for them to kind of work with and play with and make more munitions and materials out of. And you guys kind of swim your way through the crowd till you reach the front desk. We see one of the chief artificers there writing a number of entries into a large logbook he has in his hands.
You guys seem really busy today.
Yes, quite. It's we don't know what's going on. It seems that now that the region's been locked down and the Blight Piper's been dealt with and the Plague Doctor's been dealt with, people just seem safer. Even a lot of the bandits that have been roaming the roads have kind of gone into hiding for whatever reason or another. So people have been able to make it here from outside cities and smaller settlements. We're even having people being able to volunteer and go to Ravenholm to bring forth materials from the armories. Things that we haven't worked with in years. Better tools, better equipment, raw materials that we can have Jeremy use to actually create things that won't be as theoretical in practice. They'll actually be more practical use. It's great, but we're very busy. We're just getting a lot of stuff in. What can I help you with?
I just came to kind of restock. Get some more alligator rounds or materials to make more.
Yeah, it's we should have what you need. We actually came across something that you'll probably enjoy to make it a little easier for you. It's a little primitive, but it will at least work for you guys in the field. Well, let me see if I can find Jeremy. He's been working on something for some of our recon teams. And you see the chief artificer kind of hand the logbook over to another one as he's kind of finished with his queue of folks. As he kind of steps over and just starts double checking records, he kind of skitters off into the back. And he comes back with a small kobold in tow. The kobold looking up at you, going, "Ah, James, Jeremy."
Oh man.
Were you looking for shiny, big thing, right? New tool,
Yeah.
shiny.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Uh, 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 I I give, and you see him kind of pull out a pad of paper and hand it to you, and on the paper is wrote in eloquent common. Like the man must have been taught from an early age how to write in common, but being a kobold, he has issues speaking the dialects that would make sense to you. He can speak Draconic like it's nobody's business as being a native language, but when it comes to common, he has issues articulating certain words. So he hands you this pad of paper that he's written something on for you, and in it is essentially a status report of a couple of things. The first thing, he's talking about the shotgun plans you dropped off to him. He said that he's been having issues trying to get the calibrated tubing right, that the breech has been having issues recoiling correctly. The past few ones that he's tested, the breech block has shot out the back of the shotgun. So he's been trying to figure out where the force compensation is, where the compression factor is having issues. And then he says that he's about 3 to 4 weeks out from a prototype that won't kill you. The other one that he says is that he has a tool for you to use to help with keeping your hunter resupplied with alligator rounds. As they become a little bit more informational about their getting R&D data back from the other sniper teams of how these rounds are affecting, how they're working, how they're playing, how they're feeling. They've been able to kind of figure out a better way to implement them. And so they've made a hybrid metal casing, so to speak, where it isn't just brass as it was before, where it would expand too much. What they're doing is they're doing a half metal casing, is where they're using a almost stamped steel bottom that is force welded into a brass upper. So that way it's a little bit easier to play with. You don't have to worry about the bottom deforming. And that because of this, they're able to actually give out in-field reloading kits to some of the recon teams. Again, very rudimentary, but it would essentially act as a little box you'd unfold, and it'd be like a reloading bench for like 1 or 2 rounds at a time. You'd get a little horn of black powder. You'd be able to make additional rounds, standard rounds, mind you, out of like scrap lead and things that you'd find laying around, or you can get additional slugs from them and they can send them with you. But as long as you were given the casing by your hunter, you'll be able to make more rounds from in the field slowly, but you will never technically run out as long as you have things to put into the casings, as well as being able to fill in with powder to the correct amount. And they don't have a lot of these tool sets as they're still kind of making them, but thankfully a lot of the secondary pieces came out of Ravenholm, where this was very common. Where their armory had a significant number of sophisticated tools that were lost after the fall of it. So now that it's coming back, they're starting to get their skills back in order, so to speak.
This will be really helpful.
Yeah, helpful, shiny, yes. We have one at moment. We give to you to use, so that you can tell us how work.
I appreciate that, and I will definitely report back after a couple tests and uses.
Very good, very good. Yes. That's all I hear. Oh, the drill! As you see him run off, as you start hearing the grinding of metal as he kind of runs very hurriedly towards the back of the shop, where he starts fighting with a drill press that someone has left on, and is just kind of cutting into a piece of pipe that he was working on. But the chief artificer hands you the chief artificer hands you a box that has 6 slugs in it. And then he also gives you the little fold-out, almost looks like a smaller doctor's bag that has all the tools in it to do hand reloading. At least he looks at you and goes, "It's not perfect. We don't really have like a bench vise or anything for you to use. You're going to have to use the hammer and the molds and stuff that are in there. But it's better than none. We're working on making it easier, but you'll figure it out. You're smart."
I think the helping hands on my back will help get them out.
Oh, those are interesting. I wish I had some of those. That'd make my life so much easier. As he just kind of turns, muttering to himself of, "What could I do with 6 hands?" As he just think of all the smithing I could do, and just walks off towards the back as you're kind of left with this field reloading case and 6 slugs. But yeah, that's what he leaves you with. And so one of the other officers looks to you, goes, he walked away again, didn't he?
Yep.
Yep, that's Robert. And so he turns around and grabs what looks to be a plastic linked rack of 4 rounds for the alligator. He goes, "Here's 4 of the new ones with the hybrid casings. Give them to your hunter. He knows how to use them. We don't have any of the special rounds yet, as we're still trying to move all of the current rounds over to the new casings. But at least here, you'll be able to make more in the field. Let us know if it's fitting well, or if there's issues that come up. We'll make note of it, and we'll fix it as we go. But anything else we can help you with?"
That's all I could use. Anything from you, Creed?
How are you? I guess he looks at you and Creed. He goes, "I know you two are probably squared up on weapons and armor. What about your compatriots? Do they need a better axe, sword, spears? Anything interesting that you could need? I mean, we're getting a bunch of additional material coming from Ravenholm. We could probably make some stuff for you to take with you into the field. Maybe even enchant some."
You know,
can't-
Okros would probably fulfill mace, right?
I mean, depending on his flavor, we could make him something. Okros is the big guy, right? He's the real scary-looking furry guy.
Yup.
Yeah, I think we could make something big enough for him. I don't see why not. It's we just have to make sure it's a little bit more reinforced around the head so he doesn't snap it off when he hits somebody. But I think we could make it happen.
Something.
If you catch him, send him over here. I mean, if you want to speak for him, I have some ideas I could try and piece together. Are you guys leaving anytime soon?
I could probably send him your way, just to make sure it's exactly what he wants.
Fair enough. I'll draw some things up, get some piece of parchment together, see what options we have. But about the rest of your party, how are they faring? I know you guys have been through the ringer, so armor and weapons would probably be on the top of the list. We're able to put some basic enchantments on it, maybe make it a little stronger, a little tougher. And we don't really take coin here flat out. We'd happy to barter as well as take some coin for the effort, especially since we need components for certain things. But if you can think of anything, you can let us know. Tell me now, tell me later.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to draw some stuff up, think about it. We'll come back with everyone after chatting.
All right,
Since
yeah.
you guys seem to have more components now, they're able to do a little more than before. Like,
Yeah. Well,
we might all have a chat.
yeah, I will I will sit down and take a look at what we may have in our pockets. And what we can give you, we'll try your best to get it to you now that we have all these components. But yeah, here's to seeing you. And he kind of just gives you a nod as you start making your way downtown, walking fast.
And I nod my way back just before we leave.
Yep. All right, so you two now make your way to the government center. And as you do, you run into your friends. Yay, for friends. You run into Okros and Nameless, who seem to have another steaming cup of coffee in their hands as they approach you, seeing you two also going towards the government center.
Okay, sorry. Apparently, Discord on Android doesn't like to keep the display up. Creed
No, it
is going to walk over to Nameless and say thank you, and then grab his coffee cup and just chug it.
I'm gonna ask Okros if that's for me.
If what, sir?
Because you guys walked up with coffee.
Yes. Well, yes, Okros would have prepared coffee for you guys as well, so yes, you guys would have coffee.
I
Thank
just
you,
took
Okros.
it. I'm surprised he hasn't sent anything. Kind of worrying, actually.
He rolled a sleight of hand and rolled low, so you yank the coffee from him. As Nameless even knows that it was for you, but he was trying to dupe you with it, so to speak.
The fuck it was. It was mine.
No, it
Why
was.
would I bring that fuck anything?
I don't know.
Okros is just sitting there holding the 2 spare cups, like,
That was wonderful. Thank you
I
very
hold
much.
out my hand to Okros because he had one for Creed too. And I'm gonna take it and go, well, this one's full anyways.
I would like to
Ridiculous.
take that one.
You want to take that one as well?
Yes.
All right, now we're in a sleight of hand check. Now we're
Quick,
cooking with
Nameless,
grease.
stick your tongue in it!
Now we're cooking.
Stick your tongue in it. All right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with the sleight
I
of
licked
hand
it,
roll
it's
off.
mine.
I'm gonna lucky that one.
All right.
How tall is he?
Nameless.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What did you roll, Mr. Nameless?
Nat 20.
Oh!
Did you also roll a nat 20, Mr. Green? Per cheesy?
Let's find out. I'm gonna guess no.
Yeah, you
Yeah, no.
you go to reach towards the 4-foot tabaxi in front of you, and he just kind of spin moves away from you without spilling a drop of coffee on himself or the ground.
With the middle finger pointing back at him.
Sounds about right. Fine. Fine. I won't give you the thing I got you then.
That's fine. I'll just go get it myself.
Okros. The autistic.
Artificer.
The people who make things.
Hmm?
They wish to speak to you.
Very well. Okros will hand over the other drink so that has his as well, and I guess I'll start heading over to Pretty sure my character knows where that is, right? The freaking
yeah.
where the artificers are.
It's not hard to find, even if you didn't know.
If not, I'm going with you anyways.
Fair.
And I've been there. Yeah.
So,
So I'm gonna walk away with Okro's still middle finger high in the air, right in Creed's face as I walk by.
very good, very good, very good. So, Creed and Nez, you two shuffle off towards the government center. As Nameless and Okros, you guys go towards the Artificer group. Nameless and Okros, as you guys arrive at the Artificer group, you see one of them see you as you see this crowd of people near the entrance. They are handing over supplies, among other things, to the Artificers. They're just pulling in crates, handing out notes, pulling in crates, handing out notes. One of them sees the two of you and kind of moves people to the side and waves you over. He goes,
Oh, I didn't know we bought the fast pass.
well, it's specifically because I have a question for the two of you that your Artificer friend did not answer or did not wish to on your behalf. So, my question to you is, how are your weapons faring? Because I know with you, Mr. Nameless, being our main tester of the alligator rifle, I imagine your weapons are relatively well handled. Unless you needed something else from us, maybe a melee weapon of sorts, or maybe something else in your pockets that you require, anything that you could need armor-wise as well. We've been able to begin enchanting again out of this group here.
Ooh, I was just coming up to see if you guys could maybe some new armor sets.
That's what I wanted to hear. And then for you, Mr. Okros, the large lion folk that terrifies Jeremy, our kobold machinist, we wanted to know if you wanted a bigger whacking stick.
Okro's just kind of big toothy grin starts spreading across his face. It's just like,
Wide-eyed and shit.
Just like narrows the pupils.
Weapon.
Yes. We spoke to Creed and Nez, and they seemed relatively content with what they have on them, which is fair. Creed has some relatively high-grade armor on him. The only thing we could do with his is enchant it further or give him a better version if he so wishes. And then with Mr. Nez, of course, he has his large caliber revolver and Lucifer, which we could potentially do some work with them, but that would take more time than what we have. But with you two, we don't see you quite often, and so we wanted to ask you. So, Mr. Nameless, you wanted armor, you say. Well, we can see what we can do for that. As for the armor that you want to have, what are you looking for, perchance?
Oh, just... Yeah, still gotta be lightweight, I gotta be nimble, I gotta jump quick. I want to be able to stop more, if that's possible. Like, I really don't know what the capabilities of what you guys can do are, so...
So you're just looking for protection in a lighter package, so to speak? Is that what I'm getting? Kind of that idea? Okay.
Yeah.
We
To
could
quote-
see.
To quote something, I don't want to be wearing hockey pads.
Yes, of course. Right. We could potentially see what's going on. Now, seeing that you are a smaller tabaxi, you are dexterity focused, correct?
That would be...
Very good. Okay. So, as we kind of think on this, did you have anything that you specifically were looking for? Anything enchantment-wise that spoke to your mind, mayhaps, already? Or would you want us to just kind of see what we have of that rise from the acres of our minds?
You know, I'm gonna go with the latter there, as I haven't a clue. I mean, you guys know what I do. You know what I basically need. You've given me one hell of a rifle. I put my trust in you.
All right, well... Well, we could give you a number of resistances. We do have some armors or some enchantments that could make it so you take less damage from certain things. Of course, we'll only be able to put one resistance at a time, so it'd be up to your choice of what damage you specifically run into more often than not, as you are the ones in the field. There are a few other things we could. Oh, mostly resistances in our list. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense for armor. That makes sense. We have a lot of plate armor, and that doesn't really help much. It's well, we do have this one experimental armor set. I'm not sure if you would be interested in testing it. It may not be best for you, as it's a little bit heavier than what you're used to, but we could try and make it lighter?
You know, I know I'm a tabaxi standing here, but you can paint me your guinea pig. Why not? Let's go for it.
Okay. So let us see about what we can do. Yes, quite, yes. All right. Here's Jeremy. Bring forth the box. And you see the kobold come running up with a large crate that he's kind of pulling behind him, basically trying to set up this little thing in front of you, kind of make it all nice and pretty and whatnot. And he opens it in front of you, and inside of it seems to be this kind of multiple pieces of armor that inside the box kind of vibrate and jerk back and forth, like kind of hitting the sides of the crate. And he goes, "This is something that was made, I guess, by accident, where it wasn't supposed to act this way. As you can kind of see, it's been acting rather erratic, I guess is the best way to describe it, which is definitely not useful for certain individuals. But in this situation, if someone was able to wear it and get it to listen to you in some way, shape, or form, it would let you, well, disappear and reappear. We're not entirely sure of where it takes you or how exactly it would work through things, but it could perchance make it so that you could. What's the spell, Jeremy? What's the spell that those elves tend to use a lot?
Listen. You had me at disappear. Let's try it. I'm ready. I'm here.
All right. Well, because of your size, we're probably gonna be able to get to the breastplate on you. So the AC's the armor's not gonna be severe. It will protect your chest, which I guess is the main thing we have to protect on the small frame. But let's see what we can do here. And so he takes the breastplate off of this half plate set of armor. And he kind of straps it on you. He tightens the straps up a little bit, and you can kind of feel the armor is like pulling you in multiple directions as it's trying to like jump off of you. And you kind of sit and focus, and you can kind of feel like it wants you to bolt in different directions. And Kevin, the artificer, goes, "Whenever you're ready, think of where you want to go and let the armor do the job. Don't explode." As he puts a helmet on over his head and sits behind a wooden table.
Think of where I want to go. Oh, I know where. My middle finger's well rested now. Let's go ahead and go right back into Creed's face.
And you think of where you need to go with this armor, and you focus, and you feel the armor pull you in a direction. And when you appear, you are 30 feet to your left. Just like in the middle of this, of the artificer's tent, just like in the middle of these tools and such. You're like standing on top of a tool rack. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense of how you got here. And you hear Kevin go, "I should have told you. It only goes 30 feet in one direction."
That would have been nice to know.
Huh.
I think I'm okay.
Jeremy, did you tell him about no clipping? How he has to be careful about that? You didn't? Don't port into things.
Don't be one with the walls. Got it. I'm gonna have to remember that, as I usually just splat into them.
Yes. Please try again when ready.
So I'm gonna go back to where I was standing, next to Okros.
You balance on the weapon rack, and you kind of focus for a second. I'm looking at the baby monitor. I thought I heard something. You focus on where you were, and you zoop back to where you're standing in the dirt. And where you're standing, just like there's a puff of dirt that comes up around you as you stand where you were. It goes, very good. It seems that you have an understanding of the way the armor works. You can see there's 3 little stones on your right side of your chest. Those will tell you how many times you have left to do that before it has to recharge over the course of a day. So just keep an eye on that. You don't want to be left stranded with no charges left. Why, hello, Seth.
So I have one left.
You have one
Yeah,
left before it has to
looking at-
recharge. Yeah.
Like wiping, or like, I guess wiping the stone with my finger, looking at it.
Yeah, so you see one green stone is still lit up.
Cool.
He was now. There is a side effect to this doing what it does. We were able to put a chicken in it, and then attach essentially a clockwork homunculus to the chicken, and then have them go in a direction. Apparently, when you use this armor, you're not just jumping from one spot to another, or like what the elves do with Misty Step, where they seem to just disappear and reappear, as almost like they're dropping from the sky. This seems to put you in a parallel stream, if you will. Put you outside the borders of this world for an instant, which is how you're able to travel so quickly. But if you happen to get hit in that armor, it may trigger the spirit that's attached to it to put you in the other plane for an unspecified amount of time? As he sits back, kind of wringing his hands, smiling at you with a big grin, like, ah!
Again, you had me at disappear.
You'd be in a pocket dimension. Like you would no longer be here for an unspecified amount of time until the armor resets and returns. It's not you disappear and you're like invisible. It's like, no, you disappear like you're no longer here until you come back.
I'm already sold on it. I don't know why you keep trying to talk me into it.
I'm not trying. Never mind. Fine. What? Fine. And so he He goes, you can have the plate. It's going to be a little bit less of armor protection than normal, but it should at least give you a leg up in any kind of situation you're in. So, good luck!
Yay. I'll walk away with a skip.
So
I skip away.
you essentially have a quarter plate variant of the Blink armor set, where you would be able to, for 3 times a day, cast Misty Step. And so on your D&D Beyond sheet, you should be able to add it underneath your armor. It is just called Blink armor. If you want, I can add it for you.
I have it.
Okay.
Its value is 182.
It is. So the big thing with it is that
Deck save.
it's the deck save. Yeah. It's
4th level banishment spell, huh? Jeez.
yeah. It's if you basically get hit with an AoE and you fail it, it triggers a 4th level banishment spell, which it is a... I'd have to go and look at these DCs again for that. But essentially, you'd have to roll against it. If you don't, you get put in a pocket space for X amount of time.
This is for 1d4 rounds in combat or 1d6 minutes in RP.
Yep. You know that as a player. Your character just knows it's unspecified.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so that's what he has for you. And as you go back, you see Okros has been making food for the people who are at the tent. And Kevin comes up to you, Mr. Okros, and goes, well, sorry for that, but I have a couple of things for you. I have one thing for you that I think you'll find interesting. Not sure how you feel about it, but we'll look at it. And past that, we may have a hammer for you to try, if you'd like. Again, very experimental. We're pulling a lot of old tech out of Ravenholm, so it may not be the most stable, but it's a real big hammer. So, it's pretty cool. And so he brings you towards the testing area where they had Nameless. He goes, the first thing I'm going to give you is this. And he pulls out a wooden box and opens it. And you see that there's a large bronze ring inside. He goes, take it out of the box. No, I'm not getting on one knee. Just take the damn ring.
Very well.
Of course, it's a sad face.
Okros grabs the ring.
He goes, this is what we call, I guess the best name for it is, the I Hate You More ring is what Jeremy called it, but that's not the name we're going with for marketing purposes, as you can imagine. So I've called it the Nemesis ring. It's interesting. It's interesting. We found it in the training grounds of Ravenholm. It seemed to be used by a number of people where if they were fighting a specific enemy and they wanted to keep fighting to increase their strength, if before they killed them, they could simply point this ring at them and call them out of being a nemesis. If they did, the ring would latch around their neck like a collar, and that person would be allowed to run away, would become stronger through the influences of the ring, and would come back and would try to fight them, and the cycle could repeat until it is, big showdown between you and your nemesis. At any point, you can kill them and retrieve the collar that turns back into the ring, or you can just keep letting him recycle until he's quite literally a monster. Up to you. But we felt that you being a barbarian and all would fit. So, yeah. That's the first thing.
Interesting trinket indeed.
The other thing that we have for you that I think you would find enjoyable is what did he call it? It was something really stupid. Ah, yes, of course. Yes, it was called the Boom Hammer. Jeremy with his magical naming nomenclature is always a wonderful thing to see, except when he's naming things that, again, cannot be marketed, because who's gonna buy something just because it'd be called the Boom Hammer? It sounds terrifying. Well, Jeremy! And you see Jeremy, who, again, is a small red kobold, dragging this massive hammer maul behind him as he brings it up to you. And you see that it has a longer stone head than normal. It's kind of beveled and tapered to one side, and it's completely flat on the other, kind of at an angle. That has another striking surface, being you can tell that one side's meant for kind of like splitting, like a splitting maul, the other one's meant for just bashing. And it just has this massive metal shaft that runs through it, and it's thick enough that you can grab both hands and like it doesn't really feel like it's gonna bend. Like you can really put some force behind this. But you can see that there are some wires and tubing that run up the handle into the head. As you can tell that the head is not all stone or whatever material this is made of. It seems to have some kind of internal things going on. We have placed a mannequin over there. And he points like 50 feet away from him. In a circle of sandbags is a singular mannequin dressed as an orc. And there is multiple wooden tables about 20 feet back from those sandbags. And he goes, I and Jeremy will be behind these tables with our safety gear. And he puts on these very large bucket helmets. And he goes, now, Jeremy, eye protection, as they put on these what look like piece of clear glass or metal as like they click onto the front of the bucket helmet over the visor. He goes, very good. Now, Mr. Okros, if you be so kind, swing at the mannequin. Get some good feel for it. Loosen your shoulders. Get some practice swings in. But when you go to hit it, twist the handle. Both hands inside. So go with your right hand, turn to the left. Your left hand, turn to the right. You'll feel a click in the handle. That means it's working. And that you need to prepare for whatever's going to happen next. Okay? Great. Prepare the testing. As he gets behind the table. And you just hear him yell, whenever you're ready. Begin!
Okros is going to raise it above his head for like a double-handed overhead smash, and wind up and swing at it while twisting the handles.
You pull it back over your head, you stretch your shoulders, you feel your vertebrae crack into place as you are feeling all your muscles stretch and clasp on, as you're just going to put your whole ass behind this. Mama Okros taught you never to not use your whole ass. And so you just put your whole force behind it as you twist the handles. And as you twist it, you feel a vibration start that runs up the shaft into the head as you hear a deep humming noise, as you see almost lightning crackle around the head of this hammer. And as you bring it down onto the mannequin, you hear almost what sounds like a lightning crack or a thunder boom as the hammer makes contact and just decimates the mannequin, as all that's left is the metal rod, the pillows, and cardboard we're standing on top of. Your hair gets like thrown backwards from the concussive force. You see some of the sandbags get pushed over, and you see Jeremy and Kevin looking over the edge with their safety goggles over their bucket helms going, "Ah, yes, very good. You're a pro, Jeremy."
In the silence, all you hear from Okros is just...
I think they charged the capacitors too much in that hammer this time. Jeremy, how long did you leave it charged for? 20 hours? Are you trying to... Never... I'll talk with you later, Jeremy. It was the... Well, that blast was much bigger than I expected, but if it survived and you have both your arms, so huzzah! Test complete. I like it. So yes, this is the boom hammer. You can see that there are 5 little gems implanted in the base of the hammer striking face. You can see kind of near your head there. Those represent how many times you can do it before it needs to rest, as the capacitors past that have a chance to catastrophically fail. So you could potentially use it a 6th time, but we haven't done that before because we're terrified of it, as most of us can't lift the damn thing, let alone swing it in a controlled manner. We don't want to turn into a projectile, which is why we're giving it to you. You're much larger than us, so you'll be fine.
I will gladly test this.
Good. Let us know how it works for you. I'm very, very excited to hear how it works. Now, the damage can sometimes be incendiary, depending on what they're wearing, but it also can be done as force. We're not sure which one it's going to do yet because we're still working on the prototype, but have fun.
Good to know.
Yes, of course, quite, yes. It was, and, with that, I'll explain to you once more the, how the ring works. To give you more, specifics, I guess, is the better way to understand things. So let me pull up my notepad, if you'd be so kind to just wait one moment as I do so. And just kind of run you through what I have for this. Alright. Now, the ring itself. Now, out of character, the ring itself works in this way. Once you attune to it, it gives you an additional AC and an additional +1 to hit. So you get a +1 AC and a +1 to hit. An enemy of your choosing, if you bring them down to essentially critically wounded, which, because you guys are level 12, 13, it's anything from like 10 lower. Basically, you're looking at like the last 5% of their hit pool. So 10 hit points or less, you can essentially, instead of killing them, as an action, choose them to become your nemesis. Where The ring will leave your finger. You'll still have the bonuses, but the ring will leave your finger and turn into a collar around the person you choose to be your nemesis. Where after the first takedown, if it's a common enemy, it will turn into a squad leader and will gain a bonus to its CR rating. Basically, it will come back stronger. So if it's a CR6, it's going to come back as a CR7 and have some people with it. If you take it down again, basically do the same thing again, it will become a sergeant and will gain an additional CR rating. So if it starts at 6, it'll come back as an 8, and it'll have more troops with it. If you take it down a third time, it will gain an additional +2 to its CR rating. So if it started at 6, it's now a 10. And if you take it down a fourth time, it becomes a true villain, where it gains another +2 to its CR rating, scaled, of course, depending on where this creature begins. And it will gain a actual large following and a force behind it. So it will become a true villain for you to face down in poetic dueling combat. Nah. Now, for the Boomhammer itself, is you do have reach with it, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's standard 5 feet. That's good. Yes. So it is technically a standard Warhammer. I can reskin it into a Great Maul, just to make it easier. Just because that's something that I can do since it is something I'm working on. I can also override the hit and damage bonus if I so need, or just make it so it's a little bit easier for you. But essentially, its starting is that it is a 1d8 or 1d10 +3 weapon. If you activate its ability, it deals an additional 3d6 fire damage to a target.
So it's 1d8, 1.
Now, as I said, I can change it to be something a little bit different, but I can change it up so it actually has like if it's flavored as a quote-unquote Great Maul.
Would definitely be a bit more fitting with.
Yes. So I can work on that. Let me see if I can get a... I'm going to say it's a +2 Great Club, and we'll go from there. Alright, so I'll work on that in the background, and then I'll just rename it so that you'll be able to write it down, get the damage all set up for you once I work on it a smidge. But past that, that's what you have on your person at this time. You still have your old Maul, but you have the Boomhammer and the Nemesis Ring at your disposal. So that is what the Haps is. So, at this point in time, Kevin has no more for you.
Thank you.
I'm glad to be of service. And so, with that, you guys gain your weapons and armor that you were looking for. Any other enchantments and such after these, if you want to change damage types of weapons, if you want to add resistances to armor, give yourselves any bonuses, they can do minor enchantments, and they barter with either items or coin, and that goes for everybody here. So if there's anything that you want, like, oh, I want my sword to do radiant, or I want it to do acid, or I want it to do fire, or you want to change up resistance on your armor set from, nothing to, you're running into a lot of fire spellcasters. You can have it change to fire resistance, things along that line. Money and items speak volumes, especially for modifying and increasing your ability to not get killed instantly. Very, very important. Very important. So, with that, you find yourselves moving back to the government center as we pan the camera to Nez and Creed. as you two have walked past your compatriots as they have gone to go do their own thing with the artificers, and so you start making your way to Leandros, as you're going to be speaking to him about what your next steps should be. Essentially, what exactly you're looking for and how you're going to be doing it. As you know currently, you know the whereabouts of the gods. It has been passed along to Leandros. He has a plan in place. He has ideas in place. And he's looking to get you into the thick of it. Alright, let's do it. Beseeching the machine spirit. So.
Look, damn it.
Look, damn you! Punk! So, as you enter Leandros' war room, you see that he is standing there speaking to Clem in passing. As Clem walks out, gives you a quick wave, goes, "Goodbye!" and disappears down the hallway. He sees you two and goes, "Please, enter. We have much to discuss." And I think with that, we're going to take our first break. So, we're going to take like a little 5-10 minute break, get your water, get your drinks, stretch your leggies, hydrate, etc., etc. And we'll be right back after these messages.
Nap time.
Oh man.
Damn, Widgie.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what,
I
that's what
just
I'm saying.
I just turned off and started reading it as I heard you say that.
Jesus.
I'm gonna go back to my statement of fuck nightmares.
I mean, that's more like a night terror. That's what it sounds like.
Oh man. Oh. Well, never believe that statement. What you were saying for the feelings, because we're here for you.
I mean, I feel like that all the time. If that was in my dreams too, yeah, I don't know.
Sucks. Thoughts suck. Brain can just be brutal as fuck.
And yet here I am, I just can't sleep. I'm having fucking issues sleeping the last couple of weeks. Like real big issues.
Oh, you too.
Dude, 4:30 this morning is when I finally fell asleep. And somehow it's still up at 7:30.
I can tell you the trick I always used, if that would help you.
Sure, I mean, why not?
I mean, what I always did before I was having trouble going to sleep, I would I'd make some toast where it's not burnt, but it's crisp. Put a bunch of peanut butter on it, then put the two slices together. So just peanut butter on one slice, put it together. Eat that and drink a glass of milk and go to sleep. Never
Mm,
failed to knock me out.
see, I can't do that. I hate peanut butter.
Well,
Oh.
I told you what works for me, so
No, I mean, I appreciate it. I might just do regular butter.
yeah,
Mm.
I only ever do with peanut butter, and That worked. I don't know if it would work with regular butter. I don't know.
I mean,
can always
it's gonna
try.
be as filling as peanut butter because it's probably just the full filling that's making you like sleepy like that. You know, that itis that you would get on Thanksgiving and stuff.
No,
Mm.
I just don't.
Oh, so stealth, I just your timer just popped up, and I turned right back down. It's 30 seconds an hour. It's enough to turn pre rolls off. I don't get the 55%. I get the 33%. But still don't get pre rolls, and I don't have anyone bitching about ads being 3 minutes because I was getting that a lot last week. I was
I've
streaming every day.
not dealt with that at all yet.
You're also not
Uh.
streaming Kerbal Space Program, which infamously has a bunch of freaking weird people who play it.
What are you trying to say?
If I start getting bitching, I will adjust it.
You trying to say that
But-
I'm a weird person because I play Kerbal Space Program? Because you're probably right.
Also, Luigi, I'm happy you have a Founders
No,
badge.
I'm not saying that you're weird because you play it. I'm saying you play it because you're weird.
Oh, oh. I mean, you're still right.
I was gonna say that was a better statement the way he said it. Oh boy. Oh man.
Says the guy that wants my my mod list. So when he starts playing it, I will say there are 2 mods that I actually had to pay $5 to Patreon for to get. Um, if you have it, I definitely recommend doing it. It makes it so much prettier. But yeah, one of those is the volumetric clouds. That's how you I get the clouds that look like supercells and cumulonimbus, and like it
The
actually looks
clouds
like
that
real
look
clouds.
like buttholes? Yes, I've seen those.
Those are called hurricanes.
Dear God.
And they
Oh.
stir a lot of shit, just like a butthole does.
Yes.
And the other
I
one
just
was
got,
it was like 4K textures or something like that, and like a better lighting mode makes it way prettier.
Fair.
Yeah. I mean, it was well worth the $5. And the modder who made those was actually a developer for KSP2, and since he got laid off for that, he just made the mods to make KSP1 look as good as KSP2. So I'm like, yeah, I'll give you $5 for that. I don't give a shit.
I mean that's
That's what I'm saying.
No, I have somehow developed a hole in the side of my shorts that wasn't there earlier today, and it looks like I got stabbed by something, but I don't know what I got stabbed by, and I'm fine, so I don't know why my shorts got stabbed.
I've been stabbed. I'm dying.
What kind of shorts are they? Like gym shorts, or are they like?
No, like cargo shorts.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm very confused as to how this happened.
Yeah, because if it was gym shorts, it'd be like it could have been a doorknob, dude. Because this happened to me. Like I caught on the door handle as I'm walking by it, and it just rips it. But yeah, would not do that to cargo shorts.
Yeah, no, this looks like either like a cat with really fucking sharp and strong claws was just like down my freaking shorts, or I got stabbed by a knife.
Just it schnicked your pants. It get you a kashnickety.
I'm dead.
In double quiet.
I just realized I was talking to my.
In this voice that entire time.
I mean,
Yes.
I expected no less.
It was a break. Like
You're staying in character. You're doing a good job. Okras,
Fair.
what's the current damage of your Great Maul?
My current Great Maul is 2d6 plus 4.
2d6 plus 4. Okay. Very good.
No reason whatsoever. Don't worry about it.
Well,
Don't worry about it.
I want to.
It's a-
Well, I want to make sure that if I'm making him a weapon, it's not a lower or too high of a damage class.
I want you to know I'm never going to believe that.
Why not?
Mostly because the DM doesn't always ask nice questions.
I always
Sometimes
ask
he
nice
wants to come in and-
questions. What are you talking about? Why you hurting
like,
my
yeah,
feelings
clearly
like
that-
this?
Yeah, how many hit points do you have? I'm like 60. Cool. You fall down the stairs for exactly 60 damage. You know. You are now throat. Why? Why would you do this? Why not?
See, that's a different story. You can't throw that at me. If I ask you for your hit points, you know something bad is about to happen. That's a different story entirely. Why is it being a nerd? Ah! It should be overriding. Ugh!
I don't know if we've gotten a complete sentence in the last like 2 minutes.
Ugh! Where is the... Will that fix it? Will it stop being a turd burglar? Oh, I think it's... you know what it is? No, that's not what it is.
Skill
it's already
issue.
saved. I was like, it should be changing. But I'm wondering, do I have to... I shouldn't have to publish it? It should be fine as is? Does that. Basic information. Version 1. Yes. Base Club.
Oh, hey, Creed, I got a question for you. Professional question. Do you have to deal with fireys?
You mean like do I remove people from their positions?
No. Fiery being like print server. That's connected to the printer itself.
I mean,
I know HP uses them. It's like a company that makes these print servers.
I don't know who makes our servers. I've never asked questions. Look, either when it comes to servers, there's like two different states. Either it's working and no, I'm doing fine, or they're not working and it's not my problem. Really, that's what it comes down to.
I fucking wish that's what it came down to for me.
I know how to troubleshoot the servers to identify individual issues with the printers, but like, yeah, generally it's not my problem, or everything's running and it's not my problem.
Yeah, no, I'm the only one in my area that knows anything about fucking computers. So they're like, "Here's a print server. It's broken. You fix." I'm like, what?
Fix now. Do.
Oh, the customer in Pittsburgh, I'm going to be covering full time. I don't care if you're streaming. I'm not going to say names. Like, they're like, "Hey, we got this machine we need you to fix." I'm like, "Well, I can take a look at it." Like, and I'm looking at this thing, like, I have no idea this works. Like, well, you need to fix it. I don't know how it works. Like, I can call someone, and they call someone, he's like, "Yeah, that machine's a piece of crap. Try this. This doesn't work. I don't know what to do." And I ended up running into a problem on this thing that, again, we don't even offer training for. We don't sell it anymore. So I end up finding error codes, and when I send it up to technical support, they send it to the company who makes the machine, and they couldn't tell me what the error codes meant.
See,
The people who literally
that's
made
a
it
problem.
couldn't tell me the error codes.
That's a problem.
It is a machine. It's a mini inserter that all of its electrical connections are plastic.
It sounds like it was
Not
made by Konica.
literally made of plastic.
Mm,
Plastic is good.
No,
Oh.
it's not. No.
You know damn well for electrical stuff it's not. Don't act like that.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify my statement. It's not polymer.
Oh,
It's
it's like
plastic.
ABS. Like it's
Yes.
ooh
Like,
no.
so here's the fun part, right? This is the exact problem I had. There are two switches that when they're depressed, it completes the circuit.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But the error codes you get don't tell you anything. It just says interlock open. And it tells you the entire module. When it's these two switches, you technically can't order them. I had to bend the frame to get it to work. And then I also had to find out how to rewire the connectors because they're plastic and they're not even locked in place. They're free so that they can jiggle when the module's opened. Like, they are
What?
literally free on their mounts until it comes back and compresses the connector together.
What?
Yeah, yeah, and I'm laying behind this thing figuring it out because no one knows anything about it.
I would have brought back a bottle of super glue.
Oh, I would,
glue that damn connector.
you can't. That's the funny thing. It has to be able to open. It has to be like that.
Oh shit. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
made a fucking relay out of a plastic connector. Is that what you're telling me?
Technically yes. So it's when the door is full, when the module's fully
Yeah.
inserted into the machine, it compresses those switches, and the clips are what technically hold it in place.
That's
The connectors for the wiring, when it clicks into place, is what holds the thing in place. So yeah.
Why is this
That's
being
See, this
such
is
a
why-
turd?
This is why we don't get paid to be engineers, because we would have thought of a way better way to do that.
It's pretty simple. We just don't sell this machine.
Eyes. All right, so as I am beseeching the D&D gods of the way this
Mic
site
check.
works, this sounds good.
Oh, thank you.
You guys walk into the room with Mr. Leandros. Still rolling 2d6. That's Angie noises is all I have. Yeah, that's angry. All right, so then fine. Let me just barf. I'm gonna say it uses strength. I'm not sure if he uses any of that. So you see him, and you speak with him. As you essentially come in, he points at a map that has a number of what looks to be little figurines on it. And he looks over at you two and looks over this and goes, well, this seems to be what we're working with. Clem essentially ran me through what I imagine he told you. And so I want to just make sure that we're all on the same page of what exactly this situation requires of us. So, at this point in time, we know where they are. we have the weapons and ability to deal with it. So, how do we want to deal with it? Did you have any specific plans or anything that you wanted to try? Because I have nothing. I can't think of a damn thing that's going to be good for us to try and approach into. But I'm listening.
Reed is going to like lean over the table and just study it.
Yeah. You see,
Totally not fun.
you see, basically, what Clem was telling you. Just very, very straightforward of, what it is. Just what it is, where everything is. You see basically just where everything has been placed. You see all the different little tokens for the different gods. Nothing really standing out of the ordinary for, things you haven't seen before, so to speak.
He's gonna do some biblical research.
What exactly are you looking for?
Old interpretation. I gotta figure out which Shiva we're gonna be facing down here.
Oh, the god of war.
Nice.
It's should be. Hold on, let me make sure that I have my own correct things.
Let's see. Let me. All right.
So you're going to be dealing with the big man himself. Shiva is known as the Destroyer, the Hindu Trinity.
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture. I'm gonna say, not liking the odds here. Also, I never realized how often Shiva was drawn as being shredded.
Yeah, no,
wow.
Shiva is. He's hardcore. Like he will crump your shit.
Yeah, I'll be honest. So far, I'm thinking the one I kind of don't want to go after because I really like my odds against him is Ares. I'm thinking Shiva's not going to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
I mean, mayhaps.
Of them, I'd say more than likely the one I'm most worried about would be Arwan. Not sure why. Oh, what the? Okay, just looked up Erewhon. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
I look up Shiva. I don't like what I'm seeing. I look R1. I don't like what I'm seeing.
I
No,
dislike.
This is becoming a routine.
Greatly dislike.
You are not understanding. So I literally I googled Erwin God. This is the first thing that comes up. Like, I don't. All right, I'm not liking my odds either way.
Yeah, her and Crom are part of the Celtic pantheon, which not a lot of people know is terrifying.
Aye. Sounds about right.
Shit. Sorry, I apologize. Totally a character. No, not enjoying the vibes I'm getting so far.
As Creed is digging into his mind of what his friends had told him many moons ago about what these creatures slash monsters are, and he's just thinking about it, going, "I hate this. I 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 hate. I hate. I hate."
Look, one of you
Trying to
won't
go
look terrifying. Please.
What are you chiming in with?
I just want some of Ares' fire to take it for myself. Can we possibly do that, Creed?
You want to steal his fire?
Yes. Take it from him and make it my own.
Might I point something out? Of all of the gods, he's the only one who's willing to go against his father.
Maybe
And
you can borrow his flame.
Hold on. I don't have to steal it. I guess I could borrow.
so we're in New Haven.
Yep. You are in the New of Haven.
Really don't have to. Okay, so what is the Cradle of Life like?
Massive grassland.
So it's basically just a breadbasket.
Essentially.
All right, well, I don't know how we would do it. Technically, we should go after Shiva.
Like,
Because if we take out, speaking entirely out of character planning, if we take out Shiva, we effectively neutralize the southeastern portion, and we just have to kill anyone who's still there and bad. That's the only god over there. Once we push over to the mainland of the west, we got 4. Alright, let's see what no, to defeat.
Are you Googling how to defeat the gods? You're not gonna
No.
know that.
it's funny too because of like when I saw Shiva, like I just thought Final Fantasy, so I was thinking ice.
No,
And I'm
not
sitting there
that
like,
Shiva.
Why the fuck is it like an ice person down there when there's fucking ice up north? And I'm
No, it's the
this is probably
four-armed
not what I'm
monster.
actually
Yeah, yeah.
thinking of.
It's the not fun time is what it is. Oh, can I just have it do that? Did that fix my problem?
God. No way.
I did
Yes
want to
way?
and ask another thing though too that I thought about.
I have to say this, and I'm gonna be honest. I think it's hilarious. Honestly, our best option to kill Shiva is going to be the elf.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Oh no, that's weird.
I have a feeling that it was planned that way.
Oh no, that's
No.
so weird.
So here's a question.
Uh-huh.
This is it actually like a terrain map, or is it just like a parchment map?
I mean, it has like very basic scrawlings of terrain. It's not, topography, but it's okay.
Cool. So, what Creed's gonna do is he's gonna reach out his right hand. He's gonna drag his finger around the southeastern continent.
Uh-huh.
If we focus down on the Crate of Life, try to take out Shiva, more than likely, not only will we secure the entire bloody continent, it will access the food people near up here, as well as throughout the realm. More importantly, though, again, we secure an entire continent. More space, more places to launch from. I'd say that'd be our best bet.
And materials as well.
Indeed.
I would agree with it. Like, even before, like, when I still thought it was ice in my head.
When I
was down
still
for
thought it
going
was
for Shiva.
ice. I think this will be a good idea.
I have fire. You know, I really agree, though, with going for the Shiva and getting that continent under control.
I mean, it's a solid plan from you guys.
Except for one issue.
What was that?
Out of character.
Yeah.
Is the elf gonna know what she needs to do in order to help defeat?
You're gonna
This
have
thing-
to find that out.
That's
That's what I
called
out of character.
taking the dice
Yeah.
and rolling it.
Yeah, it's literally gonna be you guys just.
Listen, last time we needed her, she left mid fight. Okay.
And Byrne took over the character.
Yeah, and I came in clutch against myself. What are you gonna do? I fought myself
That
and
sounds
won.
biased. Sounds biased.
I don't know. It sounds normal for me because every time I roll against myself, I lose.
Also fair. So yeah, just keep that in mind when you're like, yeah, we should go do this fight.
Me. Character. Hey, those materials down there might help make the Benelli.
Do you have any objections, Leandros?
If you believe that Shiva is going to be your best first stop, you might as well investigate the Watcher's Rest on your way down. Make sure that it is still in someone's control. But if you do wish to go after them, it's from what Clem has told me is that he does not know exactly where they are. That may prove troublesome.
No reason not to make a detour.
Well, in that situation, if it seems that you have an idea in place. So, I will not get in your way of what you're doing. If you believe it is the best approach, then by all means, please go forth and conquer. Quite well.
Of course, Warmaster.
Yes, I will leave you with that, as I do not believe there is much else for me to tell you in the idea of what you're dealing with. Yeah, but that's all he has, is that essentially he has given you guys the green light to approach how you see fit.
I did want to go see the artificers because I had like an idea of something else that I kind of wanted.
Okay. That is something you are allowed to do.
So I was proficient with medium armor and I'm only in light.
Lecture some people.
So I wanted to maybe get a little better AC before we move on.
Hey, fair enough.
Nah, we got enough AC. We're fine. In fact, no armor.
No armor whatsoever. You get nothing.
Not allowed.
No death saving throw. Nothing. Balls to the wall. And did you say that in character that we need more tonight? Sorry. Mr. Nez,
Oh,
did you say in character we need better gear for it?
oh, I at least need some better gear after looking at my stuff.
Is this our we need a bigger boat moment?
Potentially, I guess. I don't think. I will say out of character. I don't think there's going to be anything big enough to go after Shiva. It doesn't matter their interpretation. The man always has like 4 to 6 arms. All right, like.
He's got like 27 arms.
And honestly, like, I was thinking about this before we even talked about our plan.
Yeah.
Like, once, like, they were talking and, like, you were giving them, like, those options, like, all of a sudden clicked in my head. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm only wearing studded leather armor.
Dummy. Can't believe you.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I've just been rocking full plate for quite some time.
Yeah, do you want to get your full plate upgraded? Perchance?
I feel like you're telling me I should.
I mean, it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea.
I don't think we have anything big enough to fight Shiva with, but I don't want to upgrade my armor.
I don't know what we could have to fight this 4-armed god of destruction. Well, I'm not putting armor on. That's cringe.
Look, Kree doesn't know how guns work, so I don't know what you want me to do here.
I mean,
You'll upgrade your fucking armor. That's what I want you to do.
Go upgrade your shit. Nerd.
I'm trying to think, like, what... I don't know, I've never really done enchantment stuff before. Like, I don't even know what I would want to put on the armor. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this is where I'm gonna keep cheating.
You son of a bitch.
Right.
Wow.
You're looking into the fucking special box where I keep all of my things.
He's deep digging.
Deep. You
Okay,
son
look,
of a bitch.
I tried the character, we are fucked.
You'll be
Wow.
fine. I don't know what you're
His
talking
ability
about.
Immortality, pyrokinesis, immeasurable strength, invulnerability, supernatural wisdom, absolute destruction, additional arms, balance embodiment, cold snap, diamond dust. He has the ability to make ice ages. He can mesmerize people. Like, what?
And you want to
Yes.
leave everything to the tuna. Just saying.
Look, just because you want to get in her head even more to continue your tsundere love affair doesn't mean that I can rely on.
Pretty sure you're the one that's gotten closest to her as of right now. So you can keep trying to put that love affair on me, but we all know it's on you.
I don't know. All your buddies are talking
God.
about it.
This love triangle
Yeah.
is just
This
insane.
this triangle of weird nonsense.
This is not a triangle. It's a fucking line from Creed to Tuna.
From Creed to Tuna.
I'm just waiting for them to get close enough so I don't have to waste another bullet.
Dumb. Anyway, so, what's your plan? As apparently Creed is delving into the archives that don't exist.
Well, I don't know what to. I don't know how to modify my armor. I don't know. Like what?
Just
What do I
found a
do?
special scroll called Google.
So when modifying your armor, you can get resistances put on that make you better at soaking damage. If you have an ability you want to put on, something along the lines that like make you stronger. It's very straightforward of what you're looking for in the sense of it. Like you can get mithril armor that makes it so that it's lighter. You can get something that makes you resistant to physical damage. You can make it so you're resistant to piercing. Whatever you think would work best for Creed. You can even try and get an enchantment that gives you like additional spells or like an ability or something. Like it's all in the name of whatever the fuck you want. So that's why I'm trying to like give you the option of you don't know if you're gonna be able to get this kind of stuff again. So
Well, I want to do stuff. I'm trying to figure things out.
Goofy.
Yeah, I'm trying
Probably
to
go for
make
physical and or piercing damage resistance because you're up close and personal every time. Alright, what does?
No, I'm trying to like figure out exactly what I want.
You should install a GAL 8 into
Install a GAU 8 on somebody. Don't think that's how that works, but I'm here for it. I'm here for the excitement, the possibilities.
on a Lucifer? Lucifer would work. On his butt? Yeah.
I mean, that could be fun.
Just turn that cannon into 7 barrels? Is it a 7?
It's 8.
Or is it 8? It might
It's
be 8.
It's 8.
I mean, that makes sense. GAL 8, right?
Well, technically, yes. Anyway, but yeah, so whatever you guys are looking for, so yeah, Creed, when it's coming to weapons and armor and stuff, it's whatever you're aiming for, you can kind of make it happen, especially if it's you want to try and make yourself stronger. You could even just like ask for them if they have a magical item that can make you better at punching. Whether it's like a belt of constitution or a belt of frost drying strength, or maybe some things that can make you better at punching. It's if you're going against Shiva, it's going to be close combat. So like, how do you want to get around doing things? It's what exactly is your long and short of your aims. It's what's going on. What are you planning? What are you thinking?
I have a question that's going to sound weird when I ask it.
Okay.
Just forewarning. Is Thumper here? Because I need some more Astroglide.
God damn it.
He was trying to make it
at
voice.
least. Oh, she's not even paying attention, dude.
She's not even
I've been
paying
looking over my
attention.
shoulder.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
she's in a stream. I've been looking over my shoulder to see if she's watching and like to make somebody say it. Mm.
Ridiculous. Anyway.
So,
Yeah.
I have a question about. Oh, it isn't about
Yeah.
D&D.
Okay.
So, how does Shiva get around?
You watch the Hulk movies?
Big jumps?
Yeah. Big jumps. Big yeet and delete, so to speak.
Well, there goes that plan.
Big
I'm not
big yort.
not gonna say what I want to say because people are streaming.
Huh?
Nothing.
All right.
Inner
so,
monologue just escaped. Sorry.
The inner thoughts became outside thoughts. Dangerous.
I'm trying to figure out we can get ahead of time and enable benefit of. So my first thing is to mobilize the hands, but if Shiva's going to be standing upright, it's not going to work.
Why is it still picking up? I don't
Immobilize the hands so that he can make more hands, and those won't be immobilized.
Make more hands. All the hands?
Can Shiva make more hands? Is that a thing?
Depending on which mythos.
I think that's what
But-
you said. Isn't that what you said?
No, Shiva
No,
in
Creed.
this Shiva in this instance is just a four-armed, very strong god of destruction.
No, my plan was to immobilize the hands.
I mean, that's always a solid plan. You just have to make something strong enough to do it.
Which therein lies the problem. It's not just that, but we have to do it in such a way that it wouldn't be unbelievably obvious.
By the way, my question was a real question, even though it sounded funny.
Mm-hmm. Thumper is not around at this point in time.
Okay.
You know, he just went on a mission.
Why? Yeah, he got sent on a mission.
God damn it. Alright. Next time.
Next time, you'll see him. Maybe. Next time.
Be really
Yeah.
cool if a certain artificer can learn how to make those
Make what? Your
Those rounds.
The super special rounds?
spell rounds. Yeah, the spell rounds.
What, the spell rounds? I can infuse anything with a spell.
He can do that. It's just a little bit more difficult.
Well, I mean, not only that, but I mean, you would have to do that before you gave it to me, right?
I mean, he can give you the rounds and like infuse it as he's working. Like it's basically it takes time to infuse the spell, but it's not like impossible.
All right. So, I mean, how do I ask this? So with the other one, I basically was able to have the round until I wanted a certain spell infused with it, and then it was like, okay, put the spell on this round and then use it. Would
Right.
that be the same kind of thing, or would it have to be
Yep.
like he needs to put in a certain spell as he's making it, and then it's that spell?
No,
that make
you
sense?
just infuse an item with magic.
Yeah, essentially,
Oh,
if
okay.
like before you went into combat, you were doing your little recon, and you're like, all right, I want a weapon that has like thunderclap on it, or thunder wave. If he has access to the spell, whether it's a scroll or an item he has that lets him cast it, he can force it into the round, but it's just not an instantaneous process. Because he's an artificer, he can do that as an artificer. But if it was like a wizard, it'd have to be a round that is susceptible to having the spell put into it. But because an artificer, you can essentially inscribe the stuff on the bullet so it acts like a spell scroll when it hits a target, essentially. Like, you know, that's how I had a Radiant Engineer Smithy Hammer in one of my games where I played an artificer that I just bonked people with and blinded them. Like, you know, just...
Okay.
Yeah. But just keep in mind that it's not going to be instantaneous, which is the big thing that I think he's trying to put across, or I'm also trying to put across, is that it would be... Give yourself a couple
I got that,
hours beforehand.
Oh, okay. So with the one that he gave me, it was like 3 minutes.
Yeah, the one he gave you was one specifically meant to carry the energy of a spell, not be inscribed with one to act as one. So, like, that's the two differences.
So there is a difference. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
You're looking at, like, a wizard versus an artificer. Artificer is very physical based, or wizard is more energy based.
Okay.
Like, an artificer
Now it's
will
making more sense to
inscribe
me.
runes and use specific metals and do different kinds of metallurgy and such to, like, make your weapons and armor do what they want, whereas a wizard will take an item and will push his energy into it to give it the thing that you desire.
So is a round with fireball possible?
Yeah, it's a level 3 spell. It's possible. It's with that, you'd either have to have Nez specifically craft one, and that would take time because it takes, it takes an hour per spell level, I think is what it is when it comes to that, because it's the higher level spells take more and more incantations and such and take more care. Because if you put one letter in wrong, like a grammatical error, the spell could either misfire or do not great. But for you, if you wanted him to make you something that does something essentially of fireball, that would just be an explosive round. That's something that he could look into creating for you to use.
Would it be the same damage roll as fireball?
I mean, it essentially would be a fireball. It would just, instead of being like a fireball explosion, it'd be more of like a explosive explosion. Like, it'd be an explosive round compared to, like...
just a bigger boom.
Yeah. But yeah, it's that when it comes to your physical armaments and stuff, whatever kind of comes around to what you want to do to build your character out, you can do it that way between the artificers you have with you, between wizards that you could possibly find to assist you. Like, it's... You got multiple ways to kind of play with this situation, so to speak. Like, it's... You very much have the ability to kind of make things happen.
And currently the only wizard that we have, or that we know of, is Thumper. Yeah?
He's a half wizard, but yes. He's the only one you know who is essentially a combat wizard.
Lots to think about. If you do want to make me a couple of those explosive rounds, that'd be great. Not for the alligator rifle. I think that those rounds are just too important to split those off like that.
So,
basic round.
So if you want him to make,
if
you want him to make you explosive rounds, he's gonna have to get the materials he needs, but he's gonna need, just to make a couple of them, he's gonna need about 6 hours, because he's gonna have to physically sit down and hollow out the slugs. He's gonna have to form. He's gonna have to mix the explosive compound. Like, it's gonna be some meticulous work that he's not gonna be able to move for.
So that would be like, instead of him taking a long rest, he would be making those and then knocking them with a long rest.
Exactly. That, or if, for instance, if you wanted to start traveling, like, it'd be one of those things like, if you did it before you went on your flight. So, for instance, you say, okay, well, the three of us are going to go do something over the next 6 hours. Nez is going to work on these rounds. Then we're all going to take a long rest while the ship flies us to wherever. But, like, if it was like, oh, we're going to take a long rest, Nez is like, oh, I want to work on these rounds, he's not going to get his rest. You guys would. So it's however you want to kind of slice it and manage your time, essentially.
Now, I guess another question, kind of along the same lines. What I'm able to like look at his character and see his spells, right? Because I mean, I think we've been
Well, I mean, you can
together long enough to where I would know what he
you
can
would
do.
know what he can do, but you also notice that his spells are just things that he makes. So, like, his fireball he has is his napalm Molotov, where essentially he just makes a
Okay.
very virulent compound and he just fucking hucks it at somebody. You know, where his another one he has that like does a spray is a Molotov launcher. It's something that he's created that lets him launch these incendiary devices over a long distance, kind of hit multiple targets at once. You know, it's everything he has is more on the physical side and less magical side. He's more of the mad scientist of the group.
Okay.
And like my adrenaline, which is haste, but I
Yeah.
call it adrenaline.
Where he gives you the stims and then you go fast.
Got it. And cantrips are one-time use things, right?
Cantrips, like you and your spell list for cantrips?
Yeah.
Oh no, you can use cantrips all the time. They don't require components. They only usually require vocal somatic components.
Okay.
So basically, as long as you can say the incantation or like do your hand signs or do whatever it is that it would be to activate it, whether like snapping a twig, you know, drawing a sigil in the air, whatever, they can just go forever. It's the rest of your spells that have slots that will be used up over time.
So that ward would really be more like a cantrip.
It's a class ability.
Okay.
So you can set as a cantrip and it makes it easier. But yeah, essentially you get 2 times use per day per long
Probably
rest.
would, because
Yeah.
right now it's just at the bottom of my action sheet.
Yeah. It's why I have a love-hate relationship with the digital sheets, is that sometimes a lot of the important stuff, especially higher level stuff, gets put all the way to the bottom, which is really difficult because you can't see things. So, but yeah, so you guys have that going. You have that going. You got that going. So that brings us back to Creed. Creed, have you thought about what you want to do for your armor, if anything?
I found a lot of ideas that would be neat, but nothing incredibly else.
Would you like for me to give you an idea?
Sure.
So there is a homebrew item that I have that you may like that was used by another character, not to its full extent, and I think that you would enjoy it. You're gonna have to talk with the people of how to get it, but it's essentially known as the Wolf King's armor. So what we could do is basically give you an armor that in your custom stats you can put if it gives you different things. So like things that it gives you. One of the things it gives you is that it gives you pack tactics. So during the first attack of your turn, you gain advantage if an ally is within 5 feet of your target and is not incapacitated. Another one is 3 times per long rest. You can summon the Howl of the Wolf King, giving allies within 30 feet of you 1d8 Bardic. So basically, you give them Bardic Inspiration, that it's a 1d8 value. Things of that line. So if there's something that you would like to put on that's a specific type of ability you think would be good for you, like if you want to try and find a way to do encouragement, if you want to give yourself if you want to find a way to give yourself rage, that's something that you can also try and do, and that goes for all of you. If there's something you want to try and stretch into that could possibly make you better and it fits within either your character or in your loadout side of things, we can make it happen. You just gotta let me know. So that's what it comes down to, is if there's something that sits inside your brain that you think will be really cool for you to play with, then, you know, we can roll with it. We can see what happens. Yeah.
I'm too boring for this. I'm
You're too
realizing that.
boring? Do you just want to buy better? You can just buy better armor. Like, you don't have to even get enchants. You can just buy armor that gives you higher AC, or just buy another weapon that does more damage, or maybe gives you a different attack style.
Let me reword that. I think Creed is too boring for this.
I mean, that's also fair. Do
Like,
you just buy supplies? You can buy potions, or, like, items, like magical items.
I keep thinking in terms of, like, what would Creed do in this situation? And everyone's like, everyone else is playing this like an RPG, and I'm just like, yeah, I got my armor. I'm pretty content. Like,
I mean, if you're
I like-
content, I'll call it, and then we can just go on to the next thing.
All right,
I'm
you know what?
good.
There's something that Creed is finally gonna do.
Uh-huh.
Is there a shooting range in the town?
I mean, one behind the Artificers grouping, because that's where they do, you know, their weapons testing away from people.
Beautiful. Creed is gonna go there, and he's gonna pay someone there to teach him how guns work.
I'm gonna learn how a firearm works. Yeah, I mean, you can spend the rest of your day at the range kind of working on it while everyone's kind of doing their own thing and mingling. But yeah, so Creed, you'll go to the range. Nameless, did you want to find Thumper, or are you just looking around for him passively? Or is there anything that you want to do specifically Nameless, or are you good for the day?
I'm sorry, I was sitting stealth something. What? I thought Creed
Is
was
you
doing
good, or
something.
do you want things? Creed's going to the
That
shooting range.
hurts.
He's learning how to do guns.
And he didn't ask me?
I mean, you can go and help
Okay.
him.
Yeah, fuck that.
All right.
Yeah. I always want things. Things is all I want. I want the precious.
So, do you guys want to get potions, any kind of equipment? Do you want to get some, like, throwables, some consumables?
So, my brain's worked
Uh-huh,
on stuff. Is there anything that I can maybe increase my AC and my int at the same time?
Your AC and your int at the same time. You can increase your AC. I mean, you can get, you know, think of it very much as any other armor enchantment. You can essentially have your armor enchant to make you slightly smarter and be, like, tougher. Like, be a +1 studded armor of the, like, of the Artificer or something. It gives you a +1 intelligence and +1 AC.
I would be good with that.
All right.
Because even, like, looking at medium armor, I was only going up 1 AC.
Yeah, so in that sense, because I don't have the time to sit down and homebrew up the whole item, what do you have to trade or pay for it?
Gold-wise, I have 326.
Okay.
Trade would be continuing with knowledge back to the Artificers.
Okay. Do you have anything that you think would be worth that enchantment trading to them?
I'm trying to look.
Think about what you've dealt with so far. What do you think they would be interested in learning? What did you recently just deal with?
I was just gonna say, recently dealt with I went back to like the Clem boss area, and I was thinking about those crystals to speak to them about for that knowledge.
Okay, yeah, you could talk to him about that. The other thing I was going to bring up was that you have been recently dealing with the Blight Piper's incendiary devices he had planted everywhere. You learned how those work.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll give them both that information.
All right. Roll me persuasion at advantage, because you're bartering with some pretty good informations.
D20, that's... Is this the first roll of the night? Well, besides the sleight of hand.
Yeah, besides the sleight of hands, this is the first roll of the night. Like the actual roll where we haven't been doing RP, and it's like trying to see if it works.
16.
16. All right, so you go up to Kevin, and you tell him that you have some information that you'd like to trade. He goes, "Really? You have information? What information do you have? Because I always love having new things to play with and what to do. So, what do you have for me?"
I have information on the explosives that the Blight Piper had made. And also...
Really?
And also the crystals that were making the Glacier Keep in that weird state.
Oh. Is that so? All right. So in that sense, what exactly do you want to get out of this information that you're handing me? Because if you have the crystal on you and the schematics for those monstrous incendiary devices the Blight Piper was using, that would be extraordinary to help us make better weapons to fight off, the gods that are coming to try and murder us.
I'm trying to at least be able to handle a hit a little bit better. As well as, possibly hope the enchantment helps me be a little bit smarter.
All right. So you're trying to make yourself, trying to give yourself a little bit of an edge on both sides of the board. Okay. All right. Sure. Well, let's see what you have, and then we'll talk. And so at this point, we're gonna start with you telling him about the the witchfire bombs the Blight Piper had planted. Give me an engineering roll, please.
Plus... we were... 21.
21. Very good. So you're able to pull from your mind the schematics necessary to give him for a tuning. You can just do it over a long rest. It just takes an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Unless it has specific descriptions in it, it's just an hour.
Okay, it did it. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. So you're able to actually drop the schematics from the bombs that you diffused, as well as showing him what exactly you're dealing with, even to the point of explaining to him the compound of what it was. And Kevin's eyes just get really wide as you're drawing this up and you're showing him, and he goes, Jeremy, fetch me the box. And Jeremy brings forth a box and is full of these vials of different compounds, and he pulls out a beaker and he starts mixing everything together based off what you were saying, what it looked like, what it smelled like, what it felt like, when you diffused it, what did the powder look like, all these different bits and pieces, and he puts it together and he throws a match in it, and it foams in this terrifying green fire, which causes you to step back because you know you got a little bit of PTSD from the witch fire.
I was just gonna say I stepped back, but you said it, so.
You go ha. This is not the face.
Poison gas. Just a heads up. This is what the bombs look like if you encounter any of them. Meanwhile, the artificer behind the counter. This sounds fun.
Listen, he's got to make sure that what he's telling him is for realsies if he's gonna like be doing work for free. You know, we traded information and items.
When I give you the recipe for sarin gas, that doesn't mean you need to make sarin gas in your bathroom.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna taste it. I'm gonna see if it's real. It's like biting a gold coin. You know, you gotta see if it's real. But anyway, so yeah, he makes a small batch of it. It doesn't go awry. It goes correctly. He's happy with it, and he looks at schematics and he goes, very rudimentary style device building. He goes, something for mass production. He's like, I expected as much if you're just trying to detonate it and you're not trying to control it, you're just trying to get it out. He goes, and then what was that other thing you had? You said it was a crystal from Glacier Keep? I didn't know crystals grew there.
Give him that crystal that, seemed like a, good thing to swipe as we left.
I mean, it's depending on what it does, I will tell you if it was or not. Let's. I'll run some tests. Let me take a look at it. And he's kind of playing with it, and he keeps like picking up his fingers and like changing hands. He's like, it's a little hot to the touch, isn't it? He's like, a little uncomfy to carry. And he puts it down. And he grabs some tongs, and he goes, to the laser. And he goes over to this large device. You start seeing lights and sparks in the back of the tent going off as you hear him testing. And all of a sudden, as the lights and sparks are going, he goes, Jeremy, don't touch that. No, Jeremy, here. As he comes back holding a red, scaly chicken. He goes, it turned Jeremy into a chicken. Where did you find this? And why did you have it?
Remember how Glacier Keep had a weird dome over it?
Yeah?
Yeah, we broke that crystal, and that's part of it.
Interesting. I'll make the enchantment for you, and then afterwards I'm gonna go figure out how to turn Jeremy back into a kobold. I'll figure some out as he puts it into a sack and then puts it into a box and then puts it into another box, closes it, and just sets it on the counter and goes, okay, Jeremy, go scratch for bugs, I guess, as the chicken like hisses at him and then runs away. He goes, okay, I think you've given me more than enough. I'll happily fix your armor up for you. He goes, give it here. Give me like 20 minutes. It'll be fine. And so he starts working on it. You see him put some sigils and some different materials into it. And you get it back, and it's a +1 studded leather armor that gives you +1 to your intelligence. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to change that on your sheet, but go ahead and bump your intelligence up by 1 while you're wearing it. Make a note, please.
Yeah, I was just going to go and manually, like, up it one
Yeah.
real quick.
Otherwise, to the rest of you, Creed and Nameless, you guys go to the shooting range. And after a few hours of Nameless's taunting and backseat shooting, Creed, you finally gain at least some basic proficiency with basic firearms. You know that the scary end goes towards the enemy. You know the difference between different loading types. You know which ones work best for different reasons. You fired a very stock shotgun, a stock hunting rifle. You kind of got a feel for certain things. You even played around with what looked to be some type of heavy pistol of sorts. And so you kind of know how they work on a base level. You are nowhere near experienced with it or having expertise, but you at least know how to pick one up and use it if the time ever came to it.
Nice. So Nameless has just basically been shit talking me the whole time.
He's been helping you, but in his own nameless way.
So yes.
So yes, shit talking through teaching.
I was gonna say, on a scale of like 1 to 10, how much of a shit talker has he been here?
Do I have to answer? I'll let Nameless answer for me.
11.
11? Okay.
All right.
So, does he have his rifle with him?
Oh, of course. Man doesn't go anywhere without it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'm not sure if you can see where this is going. Does his rifle have a scope on it?
Both do. Both the alligator and the hunting rifle do.
Alright. Creed, in his curiosity, is going to start asking questions about it.
Okay.
Are you answering the questions, Mr. Nameless?
Sure.
Creed's going to ask, what does this do? And he's going to just grab one of the dials in your scope and just start turning.
Well, I would normally be pissed off, but we're still at the range, so I can just zero it back in.
What do you mean? And he's going to grab the other one too with his other hand, start spinning it as well. What do these do?
Talk shit on zeros your rifle.
Yeah, right. Well, let's see. If you look through the other end here, push his barrel into his chest.
Nameless, as mad as you are, you know you deserved it to some extent, but you see it also as a teaching moment, as no one else really in the group uses ranged weapons like you do, excluding Nez, but his is more of a hand cannon. You see that maybe this would be an opportune time to teach Creed the more gentlemanly ways, or as you see, the artisanal ways of using a long-range firearm.
I got it. Here, I'll tell you what. To show you what they do, you see that target out there? Let's say it's 100 yards, whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Doesn't matter.
Whatever the furthest one is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turn that dial and see if you can hit it. If you hit that bullseye, I will stop talking shit to you for the rest of the time we're together.
Alright, what do I gotta roll for this?
You're gonna roll. You're gonna roll at disadvantage. First off, and it's gonna be your dex plus half efficiency. So, whatever your proficiency is, your proficiency I think is what, a 5, 4?
For my proficiency?
Your proficiency bonus. What is it?
Plus 5.
So 5. So you'll take your dex bonus, your proficiency bonus, or half your proficiency bonus, and you're going to roll a d20 at disadvantage.
That's a shame, because that's a nat 20.
Ooh.
That's a nat 20 to 5. I rolled them both at the same time.
So you aim and you pull the trigger, and the shot goes fucking wide. You followed the basic instructions of what Nameless told you and how to use the scope. You basically line the cross up on the center of the target and pull the trigger, and you just see this round whip past the target and hit the dirt on the side. It's a rose. Hi, Rose. She's just playing nothing because she's a nerd. Anyway,
Hi, Ross.
Hi, Rose.
yeah, it's so you roll, you fire, the round goes wide, whips into the hill. And so for the next couple hours, Nameless teaches you how to zero a rifle. So you're now a little bit more proficient with long range weaponry. Even though he's constantly giving you shit the entire time for fucking with the dials. But you do walk away with now a respect for this type of marksmanship, but you also now understand why he was so miffed when you twisted the dials. Because trying to zero it in even tests your limitless patience.
I would be proficient in rifles, right?
You should be.
It says firearms. It does not say rifles. But
Well, I
don't
mean,
know if that makes a
firearms
difference.
covers most of it. There's not like super
Oh,
specifics.
okay.
This system does not cover that specific. I can like make it a little more specific. Like you can do it where it's per firearm. So like if you have a very specific rifle, you can have your proficiency in that rifle, but that's also goofy and I don't want to deal with it. So it's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. But yeah, so you do all of that, and you guys head back to the townhouse as you meet up with Nez. Okros, as you're meeting back at the townhouse, what have you been doing? Or what have you done?
Well, I don't have any armor to enchant.
And you got the big stick.
I got the big stick.
Did you want to look into getting any items to equip yourself with, or consumables such as potions or other things?
Equipables would be nice. If I can't find anything that I'd like, then yeah, potions and stuff, definitely.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what you would like to look for?
Definitely something sleeveless.
Something sleeveless. I mean, duh. Duh.
Indeed. Fuck no, why did you have to say that? Now all I can think of is, like, Japanese style, like, freaking one of those coats with the freaking popped collars and, like, the jagged, torn shoulders, and wearing the fucking hat, just sitting there, like,
I
cooking.
fucking hate it.
So basically things you can get are like, you can look for grenades, you can look for equipable items, you can basically think of it Divinity style. If there's something you think can help you in a fight, you can more than likely find it. Or at least find someone who may know or otherwise, including like utility stuff such as, extra rope or, holy water, short spears, bleh.
It's too hot. My brain doesn't want to think of stuff.
Brain go,
Sprinkle fur.
Well, let me bring it down a little closer so that you make it easier. What do you want to increase?
An item gets picked up.
Yeah.
I just rolled a nat 20 just by
Jesus.
throwing my dice up.
I threw it. So basically along the lines, do you want to try and increase your strength, your constitution? because strength would let you punch much harder, and constitution would let you take hits much harder. You could also do like cool tattoo stuff, like Finrod does in the other game.
Oh, yeah, true. Is something. Don't know what, but could be something.
Here, let us. You know, we're gonna do this. You're gonna go to the Lost and Found.
Oh, yeah, cool.
We're gonna go to the Lost and Found, everybody. Whee!
Oh, hand-me-downs. I mean, what?
All right, so let's set this up to that, and we're gonna roll it. Oh, that's just giving me coin. That's not what I want. Hiya! Oh, that's stupid. We can't do that. What the fuck is that? Ah. What'd you say?
I said I would like to ask a couple of questions, please.
You may ask.
Can Shiva regrow limbs?
I mean, they are a god, so more than likely.
I have two others while you're going for his lost and found.
Uh-huh.
How wide can a bag of holding open?
How wide can a bag of holding open? It can open to the size of the bag. You can get different sizes of bags of holdings. Like they can be like super big, like duffel bag, or they can be small. Most of the default ones, like the small satchel-esque looking one. So it's really just dependent on what you're looking at.
All right. Never mind. Then continue. Sorry, I'm just thinking strategy.
Fair enough. So you go into the roll again, so I have it. Aha, very fun. You go into the Lost and Found, and you find a couple of things that have either been mistakes or things that have been, maybe they're meant for one thing, but don't really make a whole lot of sense. Like there's like this weird blue sapphire in there. There's like a cloak that looks like it's made out of some kind of sea animal. There's a helm covered in different languages. There's a pouch of dust. There's a weird jug that has a bunch of different, I don't want to say nozzles, but like pitcher points, essentially. There's a couple of very interesting looking potion bottles. There's like a weird lock that doesn't seem to close all the way. There's a horn that when you blow into it doesn't make noise. There's like a mug in there that seems to have a face of a dwarf in one side of it, but it's in the Lost and Found box, or in the failed experiment box. So who's to say what it does? You find like a shield that has a face on it, but it just seems to kind of change. A boot that seems to have backwards facing feet when you put it on. You find like a weird belt in there. You find some other weird potions. You do find a couple of other interesting things that look a little bit more interesting. So you find an amulet that seems to be made out of clockwork. You find what looks to be a satchel that has what looks to be teeth stitching around the edge of the flap and opening, and seems to have an angrier face on it than the regular bag of holding you've seen before. There's a couple of bottles that look to be oil. Again, a couple of potions, a couple of weird feathers that have just been thrown in there, a couple of large backpacks. a bunch of weird stuff. There's even like a broom in there. There's like a broken staff. There's some weird bracers. Even a few books that look to be like old spell books that people aren't using that remain blank. So you got this book is really interesting. It's a very modge podge of items that are in here, and if you're looking for anything super specific or trying to find something of high quality that you can recognize, you can either roll randomly and we can see what the result is, or you can roll the investigation to try and find something specific that you're trying to like use your brain to look for. So what you got cooking in your brain bits? What's rolling around in there?
Are you talking to me? Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm talking to Rexus.
That's what I thought. Sorry.
Is this piece of shit working now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Welcome
Fucking
back.
hell. This is the third time tonight I've had to completely restart the fucking audio engine for voice mod.
I don't know what it is.
I had to do it twice already today too.
Welcome to the weird show. Anyway,
And it just updated too, so I think there's a problem with that update that they had.
yeah, always. There always is. But yeah, so if you want to look for something specific you think can help you, it's going to be investigation, or we could do some random rolls.
Let's just do random rolls, because the only things I can think of, like, increasing wouldn't help, because I'd need +2 in them for it to do anything.
Okay, fair enough. Then let's do some random rolls. All right, so let's look at these items. All right, so first thing you find is a broom. It looks like a broom, acts like a broom, sweeps like a broom, but has a word carved into the side of it.
Do I recognize what this word is, or is it in some strange language?
You can kind of it looks to be it's in common. It's written very poorly. It seems to be the word nimbus.
Did it seriously just crash again?
Huh. Just keep rolling.
I hear you.
No, we hear you.
We can hear
Oh,
you.
okay, good.
Yeah, just keep rolling.
Nimbus.
The broom yanks you into the sky.
Oh,
You are now 60 feet above the ground and terrified.
I didn't want a portable chin-up bar.
As you say that, it brings you back down gently and just kind of hovers next to you until you say the word nimbus again, then it turns back into a regular broom.
Of course, just gotta kind of give it a weird look.
Why would anyone want to fly with a cleaning implement?
As you put the broom to the side and you look back into the box, you find a large, almost looks like a military-style backpack. It looks rather mundane on the surface, but as you're just kind of seeing it, it seems to have a number of pockets on the side, a couple of side pouches, and then one larger central pocket. And it seems to just be a very fancy bag. But when you put your hand into the main pouch, your whole arm goes in, and then further, as you're up to your shoulder in the main pouch, and you feel like you haven't touched the bottom.
I'm going to open the bag as wide as it goes and peer inside.
You see nothing. It is just darkness. It like you look into it, and it looks like the inside of a bag that just goes on forever.
Interesting.
You look in the side pouches, same story. It's just you open it, it looks like a small pouch, but then the bottom just looks like it goes on for a while.
The amount of ingredients I could carry in this.
As you set the bag to the side and you look back into it, you find a small velvet bag full of what looks like dust. Like very fine, almost rough feeling dust.
Going to dip the tip of my claw in it and then smell my claw to see if I can recognize the scent.
It doesn't really have a scent to it. It just is very fine dust. If it was to have a smell, it would smell like sand. If it had like a particular smell to it, like silica almost. You do see that wherever it touches your skin becomes incredibly dry.
Peculiar. Preserving sands?
Mayhaps.
And that was in the backpack?
No, that was in the box. Like you put the bag to the
That was in the
side
box,
and you
okay.
you look at the box. Another thing that was next to the bag that you picked up is that strange tankard with the dwarven face scalped into the side of it. It just seems to be a very nice tankard. It would seem to hold about 32 ounces of whatever you put into it, whether ale or otherwise. It doesn't have any kind of markings or descriptions on it, but it looks interesting. And it looks like it's very good quality. Why someone would put it in the failure box is, I don't know.
Oil?
Out of the four of those, Okros would probably be most interested in the weird drying sand for culinary purposes.
All right. And there's two more items in the box that you can see that pique your interest. We'll see what those are. But you take the dust, and there's a little box that has a little donation label on it that says, take an item, leave a coin.
I put a gold coin in there.
All right. So let's see what we have going forward from here. And roll the dice. Very good. Roll the dice again. Very good. Wonderful. All right, so the two things you find in there is you find a belt that seems to be inscribed with flames and almost written in Dwarven on it. The other one is a thick glass mason jar full of what looks to be almost liquid iron, very syrupy and viscous.
I would like to examine the belt.
You examine the belt closer, and you see images of giants etched in between the dwarven sigils. The flames seeming to trace up around the sigils and down again. And it seems relatively well crafted. And it seems like there's not many mistakes on it either. It seems they'd be big enough to fit you or anyone else. And that some of the edges could definitely use some work. Maybe some of the material could have been swapped out for something sturdier. But past that point, it seems to be a pretty cool looking belt.
Finely rendered belt. I will take this belt. I like the art on it.
Very good. And you see that mason
And I
jar.
will put another coin in.
Very good. And you see that mason jar full of what looks to be liquid iron that kind of sloughs around like cough syrup.
If nothing else, that will make an interesting beverage. I'm going to take that as well.
Very good. All right. So, out of character, you've gained the next three things. All three of these things have a minor flaw attached to them, but they're all still of the base of those magical items. You have gained, Mr. Rexus, Mr. Okros, you have gained a Hereward's Handy Haversack, which essentially is a bag of holding with a twist where whenever you reach in for something, it is always at the top. It can be overloaded, but it takes a lot to overload it. Approximately 20 pounds of material in the side pouches and 80 pounds of material in the central pouch. So it takes a significant amount of shit to overload this sack. But whatever you need, you can reach in. It will always be at the top. The issue with it is, the flaw is that the stitching is terrible. If you happen to take a slashing or piercing attack to your back, there's a chance the sack could rupture and be destroyed, spilling the contents everywhere.
Oh, I'm just got an image of Okros getting like stabbed in the back and then just getting jettisoned into the air by a stream of spices.
Basically. Or you just become a pepper gas cloud. You know, who's to say?
Yeah.
Walking bear spray.
Oh no.
The second thing, the belt or the bag you picked up, the little bag of dust, is the dust of absolute dryness, which is both its name and its flaw. The flaw is that normal dust of dryness takes I think it is 15 feet. So it's a 15 by 15 cube of water, turns it into a marble-sized pellet. This doesn't really dry it out in the same sense. It turns it into a gelatinous solid. It's essentially super gelatin, but is also a desiccant.
So a non-Newtonian fluid.
Closer to the gelatin side than non-Newtonian. You're not looking
Okay.
at an oobleck. You're looking more at just, it makes it very gelatinous, but also dries it, so it just becomes gross. If you've never touched
Got it.
like dry gelatin, it's ugh.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Oh no, I have.
Yeah. It's not great.
No.
The third thing you got, the belt, is that at its core is a belt of fire giant strength. The issue is is that with the fire belt of fire, I bit my tongue. The belt of fire, the belt of fire giant strength is that when you wear it, it makes your strength score 25. But we'll say here is that the drawback is that you now can, I think, what was it that I had written down? It's, was it? It was just that. Yeah, so the flaw of it is that you're always going to roll with advantage on your athletics. But there will be a chance for you to overextend yourself in those athletic checks. What I mean by that is that if you roll with advantage, even when you're not raging, for instance, to simply lift Nameless to the top shelf to reach his favorite mug, right? If you roll with athletics to lift him up ever so gently, if you roll really high, you're going to lift him with a little too much force, and he's going to go for a little flying.
Go to pick him up, launch him into the ceiling.
Basically.
It's okay, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
Lucifer
Or
does
like
that
how
to me.
Lucifer fucks it up.
Yeah. So you're going to have the 25 in strength, but you're not going to know how to control it. So there's going to be a chance for you to overreact. I guess the better term to phrase.
May misjudge strength on high rolls.
Yes. Which can work either good or bad in your favor, depending on the situation. So, yeah, let's see what the dice decide. Woo! Anyway, the fourth thing you picked up is a potion of invulnerability. The issue is, the reason it's in a mason jar is that it's highly flammable. And when you do drink it, you will become resistant to all physical damage, which is great. A+. You're going to have to roll Constitution and not give yourself dysentery. So, that's the trade-off. Is it's
The
flammable?
invulnerable shitter!
Yeah, basically.
This became Oregon Trail.
Yeah. You'll die of dysentery. You know, it's fine. Terry walks up, punches you in the ass, and walks away. It's fine.
God damn
Yeah.
it, Terry Pratchett.
Yeah, but that's those are the four things you got. They all have a minor, major flaw attached to them, but they're all relatively good items, so you got them. So with that, Okros, as you come back from the box of lost and found failed experiments, you come back to the townhouse. Creed, I'm going to say that you explain to the rest of the group your plan of essentially that you want to go and take out Shiva. You want that to be your next objective as they're closer, and then also securing the farmland along with Nez kind of giving you some reinforcement is going to be the best course of action for any military motions moving forward, especially since Leandros is slowly getting more equipment out of Ravenholm, slowly but surely kind of building yourself back up. Not to mention, they did recently wake up an Ancient One, which is who you met last time. So, see how that kind of goes. So, Creed also tells you guys that Watcher's Rest should be a pit stop. Basically, scope it out, make sure that it's underneath someone's control that isn't the gods. So, that's the plan you guys have in place. You will have all gained your items and such. Anyone else need anything? Last calls? Going once?
I would like to buy some just general healing potions.
Okay.
Yeah, I would want to just grab some healing potions as well.
Okie dokie.
Possibly Supreme if I could.
Possibly Supreme? Are you fucking made of money?
Yeah, isn't that like 1,000
I
gold?
mean, I don't know how much they
Let
are.
me double check.
That's why I said possibly Supreme if I could.
Possibly
That was whether it was an
Supreme?
if.
My God, man. You absolute cahoot. Let me see. Let me see if it has what I have written down.
I don't
Very
know.
rare. It doesn't have my money listed, you son of a bitch.
Shit, that's an expensive flower. Also, hey, Carson.
Hello!
Hey,
Most expensive
Carson.
flowers, the Juliet Rose, just sells for 15,000 per stem. Hech. Herbologist, am I right? Crazy nonsense. Is it? I wish you would tell me how much it is. Gotta pull up my other resource.
Holy shit, that thing was crazy.
Ah, there it is. Thank God it's there.
That's it there.
Twice the. Who would do that? Someone has Supreme listed as 25k. No, no, no.
What the hell? That's ridiculous. Also,
Let's go down to Superior.
Yeah, it's. I think they purchasing rare. It's cause Supremes are very rare and Superiors are rare. So we'll take a look. Let's see what it tells me here. 2 to 10. Hiya. Heck. Ugh. Terrible. Why do they use that? So greater healings would probably be best. You can probably get one superior for probably something close to like 250. Also trying to make sure that what in the same hell. These people are nuts. That's why I don't go on forums talking about D&D. They're crazy. Everyone's nuts. They're like, it went from we don't know what the prices are to hey, we can make a money laundering ring in our game by making potions and selling them for 3 times the profit, which isn't helpful. So I would say that your Supremes are probably going to be close, or yeah, like your super great Supreme healers are probably going to be closer to like 750 a piece. Your superiors are probably close to like 200, which is still going to be on your A game for that. And then I believe Creed has the Beacon of Hope as a paladin. So I think, I don't know. I don't remember if he has Beacon of Hope. If he does, it would be very good.
Oh wait, I just thought of oh, we're not in the campaign, so I can't think of name.
Haha, nerd.
Oh, I've been muted this whole time.
But yeah, so I would say your superiors.
Beacon of Hope?
Do you or do you not?
What is that? What would that be under?
It's a spell for paladins.
Beacon of Hope. I don't see it.
Don't see it. Okay. So he probably doesn't have it, which is fine. But yeah, I would say your superiors are going to be about 175 to 200 each. Your supremes are going to be way too pricey for your blood right now. And then you could also get graders for about I would say 75 each. Now you could also try and make your own and hopefully not goof it and make a poison by accident.
For 315, can I get a superior and 2 greater?
Yes. Mark yourself down minus 315. Unless you want to try and haggle. Because no sooner do you start thinking about buying consumables, is there a knock on the front door.
Alright, our secretary is not here to answer the door. Who wants to get it?
Our secretary's not here.
A very deep sigh, Creed will stand up and head to the door.
You open it, and you see a familiar face as he has a suitcase in his hand, opens it, drops the leg, sets in front of the door, and goes, "Hey! I heard you guys wanted to buy some potions.
I hope that was picked up, by the way.
It was, and it
It
made me
was.
smile.
That was a very
Thank
deep
you.
sigh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, Creed, it's so good to see you too. Well, I heard you guys wanted some potions, and I got some good ones here. Who wants to haggle with the finance wizard?
Creed's gonna turn around, do the
This is coming.
dismissive hand wave thing, and just go back.
Just
Sit
goes
down,
back
thank you.
inside. Just, I'm done
Not
here.
My thing, not my farm.
I did Aura's job. I'm gone.
I open the door. I'm done with it. I wash my hands of this silly. So yeah, he's standing for. He's like, "Who wants to haggle? I see that some of you have some gold in your pockets. They're speaking to me. Let's make a deal."
Well, let's see what you're talking for price.
It depends what.
Potion seller, I'm telling you, I need your strongest potions.
Amazing, amazing.
That was really good.
That was right on the money, right on the moment. I love it. I'm here for it. It was all right. I got some good ones here for you. I got a little bit of Healy's and a little bit of stabby potions. I mean, it's what are you looking for? It was I could have some lower prices if you talked me out of it. I mean, I'm open for negotiations. I won't make a loan or anything. I'm not here to indentured servitude you. That's not how I do things.
You're just looking for investments.
I mean, I'm definitely not here because the bots in Glacier Keep have totally ruined my financial portfolio or anything.
Am I allowed to yell things from another room?
Yes.
I believe the homunculi would beg to differ.
The homunculi have been turned into party animals by the bots. They've taken everything I've built and ruined it into a party city.
Party rock?
No, don't remind me. They keep saying friendship is magic and it's powerful and they're going to be in piles of gold and I'm terrified. They have a statue of this elven mare in the center of this town now and I'm terrified of it. It scares me. Please buy these potions.
What kind of stabby potions do you have?
Well, let's see. And he spins the suitcase. And it like flips back around. It goes from healing potions to like a bunch of different colored ones. I got potions of strength. I got potions of vigor, potions of haste, potions of stabbing, potions of kicking, potions of unarmed strike, potions of pugilism, potions of improvised weapon strikes, potions of stickiness, potions of spider webs. You know, I got a whole bunch. Time is money. Come on, I know you want something. Come on.
What are you selling superior healing for?
Oh, going for the high dollar. I happen to have 2 of them here. I'm running at a quaint price. I would sell them to you for $175, but you could talk me down if you want.
Isn't 175 high?
For superiors? No, it's low.
No.
Oh, you're trying to persuade. Okay, all right. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Let's continue.
Don't gaslight me, Nez. You son of a bitch. No. All right. No, it's not that high. I've put them down at a sale. Roll persuasion, he says to you in character.
I'm sorry, I'm back. Because you said in character.
Well,
Is
what
he
did you get?
standing in the doorway, by the way?
He's a little bit away from the door, but yes.
Well,
I
they're
got an
hanging,
11.
walk out. So
So Gray's just gonna leave. Are you gonna go prep the
He's gonna
ship?
buy stuff.
Yeah, are you gonna go prep the ship?
No, he's gonna go buy stuff.
Okay.
It's just not doing it here. I got an
Just
11,
not
by the
doing
way.
it. Well,
Just to repeat it.
well, shit, I got a 7. Alright, fine. 125. It's the lowest I'll go.
You know,
I'll take both.
Ah,
Am I in the room too?
yes.
100 and I won't shoot the cat signal next year anymore.
He looks at you and goes, promise?
I promise.
Are you gonna shake a poor finance wizard's hand?
I'll shake them both.
Wonderful.
Yell back. Creed will yell back. Check both hands.
Check both hands.
And then Creed's out of sight.
If you promise not to shoot that thing near my head anymore, I'll happily give them to you for 100 each. I definitely didn't find them at a dumpster. No take backsies. So do you get both of them? Well,
Oh, yeah, I'll take both.
wonderful. Anything else I can help you with, gentlemen?
I wouldn't mind purchasing some potions.
Ah, very good, Mr. Okros. You terrify me, so I'm not going to go through the riggle-maggle. What do you want?
A couple superior healing potions, I believe. Yeah, that was the...
Yes, those are the ones that he just bought.
Oh,
Yes.
wait, no, you said you only had 2 of them. Never mind. So
Yes.
the one below that.
The graders. I have some graders for 60 each. Any lower, I'll go bankrupt unless you want to roll persuasion. As a d20 appears in your hand.
Oh, I mean, if it appeared in my hand, I guess I have to.
I have to do it.
With my +0. I mean, okay, I got an 18.
Damn it! I also got an 18.
Oh.
You as you like you're looking at the 2 dice, they're both sitting on 18. He's like, fine, 50 each. Take it or leave it.
Deal. I will purchase 4, please.
Very good, wonderful. As he just begrudgingly takes the gold pieces, shoving them into a pouch, angrily muttering to himself, I usually fucking win those goddamn fucking rip me of all my coin and my potions. Anything else I
By
can
the way,
help
out
you?
of character,
Yes.
that should be a channel point redemption is to speak in that voice like
Oh yeah, I should.
for half an hour.
I can do it. I can sing in it. I've
Hell
been.
divers in fucking Clem's voice.
Dear God, it's a Bio-Titan! Reloading! Not the spewers! No! My currency! For liberty!
Oh, brave.
Can you imagine fucking Clem the finance wizard?
And Smeagol.
Stupid bugs.
Stupid boxes! No, because it changes the voice if I try to do Schmeagol.
Well, no. I mean, because I have a
Oh,
redeem
no.
on mine
Oh,
where
no.
I talk as fucking Smeagol.
Oh
So you're running around as Clem, and I'm just running around fucking just stupid bugs is clicking the preciouses.
What are you talking about? Shoot the six-legged freaks!
Okay, I
Shoots them,
lied.
yes. Eats us now. Disgusting.
For the Emperor.
Okay. I totally lied. This just needs to be a stream.
Yeah. Just we all come in fucking character. It's fine. It'll be great. I'll get a big wizard hat. We'll make it a thing. Anyway. Anything else I can procure for you, gentlemen?
How much? The greater healing potions are two. How much healing? Sorry.
They were 50 each. He sold them.
No,
for
I
me.
forget how much they heal.
Oh, they're 4d4 plus 4.
4d4 plus 4. Okay.
If I remember correctly. Let me just double check, make sure I'm not bullshitting you. Yeah, they're 4d4 plus 4.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, quite.
I was like just slightly behind you. I'm pulling those up.
Ha, nerd. See, I have my DMG right here. It's in my hands, idiot.
He's got the book.
I have the power. If there's nothing else you require, I'll take my leave. I have other people to sell things to. Hopefully they don't roll too high on persuasion as he looks Okros up and down.
Would you like a beverage to go?
I would love one.
How does beat him.
He's just like, you're intelligence based. Shut up.
Okros is going to get him a fancy beverage prepared for the journey.
Yeah. So you do that, and so you give him that, and Clem takes his leave to go sell things to other people. Creed, what are you looking to buy?
He's looking to buy a shovel,
Okay.
hempen wool, and a grappling.
Shovels like 5 copper, ropes, I think like 5 silver, and grappling hook, I think is like 3 gold. So like 4 in total would get you everything you need and then some.
What's the, hold on, I'm gonna do that. I wouldn't mind it. So, how big is a hunter trap?
It's essentially, depending on how you flavor it, it's like, yeah, basically. You can get like better versions of it, but like you can get like monster hunter traps that are like fucking massive. They'll be way more expensive, but you can get them.
No, if he can get them all in one place, he'll just pay the 4 gold and get the grappling hook, rope, and shovel all at once.
Yeah. Does it say how big this trap is? It doesn't, so I imagine that's just like a standard bear trap based off the hunting trap. It is 25 pounds, though, so I think it's actually much bigger than what it's saying.
Well, I'm also thinking in terms that actual, like, I'm thinking it's a bear trap basically from, like, the 1800s.
Oh, yeah, like the really stupidly large ones that are made of, like, cast iron.
Yeah, like, the whole point, whatever is caught by it is going absolutely fucking nowhere.
Yeah. Those, if you... So, are you gonna go talk to the artificers about the bear traps? Because you could get one made of a stronger material if you're trying to use it to hunt something bigger than a bear, wink wink.
Well, I'm also thinking about it from a logistics point. I'm already perilously close to...
Over encumbered.
Well, I mean, yes, both from a literal and in-world perspective, because Creed's weight is 180 pounds, and he's already carrying like 110 on him.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I mean, it's yeah. So it's whatever you want to kind of float your boat for it.
The other thing is, I was doing research into Shiva.
Through the book that
mostly
doesn't
trying to
exist.
No, the different variations of Shiva and the different skills and abilities that Shiva's good to have, and I'm trying to think of what we could do to try and slow him down. All right, well, I'm not going to talk to the artificers about that. Can they only enchant, like, I guess, combat items? Or can they enchant
No,
anything?
you can enchant anything.
Kriya is going to head of the artificers. Is there any chance he can get his mess kit enchanted so that after a set amount of time, any water inside of it is purified?
Yeah, more than likely. Yeah, wouldn't be super difficult.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna have them do that to his mess kit.
Okay. Like 15 gold on the nose.
Probably fine.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything else really. I mean, just talked about that. Actually, yes.
What you got?
I asked about it last time, but now I can actually do it because we have artificers. Can they make him a hatchet or a hand axe that he can throw and call back?
You want a returning hand axe. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make it like a spear.
Yeah, don't make it like the spear. Don't do that.
No. The hand axe is much funnier anyways.
Well, I was just talking about the return aspect of it.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, they're yeah. Yeah, that is definitely something they can do. It's based off an artificer, so they can do that, and it's with the throne property. So yeah, it'd be. How did you want to do one? Did you want to do multiple?
What's the cost for one?
For one, it's 30. For two, it's 50.
See, they always get you with the bundle. Like, that's not the always get you.
Not the bundle mechanics.
You know what? He's willing to go even more.
Okay.
He'll do 52 gold. If they'll come up with a nice lower back like leather holster for both of them.
Done. Easy peasy. So you get a nice little lower back holster for your two returning hand axes. And they tell you that you can set the power word. All you gotta do is put it into the handles.
Alright, Kree's gonna take him and he's gonna head back.
Alright. Yeah, at this point, Clem has gone off with a fancy drink in hand. You've returned with your spoils. Everyone else has gotten what they needed, and then some, including boons and powers and items. And you guys feel like you are ready to prepare the ship. As you know, the travel time between you and the Cradle of Life, where Shiva is, again, knowing just the general region, not exactly where they are specifically, is that it's going to take you probably about 12 hours of flight to get even to the Scorched Sands. And then it's going to take you probably another 6 to get to the very edge past the Scoured Pass, as it is quite a distance. And even though the Valkyrie is an advanced piece, it doesn't mean that it's very fast, especially with all of the weight behind it that it has to carry. So you prepare the ship, you gather your stuff, you gather your plans.
One last thing.
Yeah.
Could I have gotten enough to do like the explosive rounds to make on that trip?
I mean, you could have gone and just bought the material you need to make it, which the material to make it probably would have been another 5 gold off the top, just to get all the not shaky and unstable explosive compounds. And I'll say that over the trip from New Haven to Watcher's Rest, you'll be able to make 2 of them that are solid.
Oh, 5.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have enough material left to make 1 more over another 6-hour period. And then you figure out that eventually you'll be able to get training or better tools that'll make you more efficient at making these kinds of things. But as it stands for right now, you're kind of wibbly wobbly on working with high explosives in that capacity. But yeah, so you guys head onto the Valkyrie, where you have your planning areas and your cargo bays and everything else ready for you. And you're ready to set sail, in a sense, as you have your plan, you have your equipment, and we will end off this very interesting shopping spree with you making your way to Watcher's Rest, where as you guys fly for the next 12 hours, you gain a long rest, and you are able to attune to all the items that you've picked up so far. As you make it a few miles off the coast of Watcher's Rest, you can see that it looks to be under the control of someone. Who it is uncertain. Now, I'm going to need a perception check from Creed.
There it is. Big dumb moment.
That's fine. Happens.
That's a 15.
You see at the last second as a flak shell flies at the Valkyrie. And you turn on the yoke, getting it away as the Valkyrie just squeals and screeches as this flak shell hits the exterior hull and starts to rip into the plating. As you begin to feel like you're losing control of it, the voice coming over the speakers of the heart of the Valkyrie saying, "Failure in engine bay. Fire, engine bay. Hull punctured. Starboard side. Lower hull." It's giving you all of these warnings and essentially call-outs of where the damage is, as you continue to see additional flak rounds being fired from Watcher's Rest that just seem to be flying towards you at breakneck speeds, barely missing the ship as you pull it down and away from the fort. It seems that whoever is in control of it doesn't like you very much. You're able to at least gain some control of it as you begin to control the descent. One of... Yes, my leg. You find that you can only control it so much. Enough that you don't go hurtling down into the scoured sands, into the blazing sun and the beasts that lie below the dunes. But you see that there's a town in front of you, the city fortress of Scoudune, that you could land into, or at least land near, to give you at least an opportunity to get to shelter and at least try to figure out what's wrong. And so, you do so. You work with the heart of the Valkyrie. You're yelling back to your compatriots as you all just hold on, the ship shaking violently as the engine begins to fail, and you slam into the sand just west of Scourdune. The sand, thankfully, takes a lot of the impact, landing the ship nestled into a crater of its own design. And about 200 yards to your east is the entrance gates of Scourdoon, as you see it open and people come rushing out in droves, most of them looking to be military and otherwise. As you shakily bring yourselves to your feet, you're all met with spears. As you hear a voice from the back simply stating, "Hold them at spear point. We don't know who they are, where they came from. They fell out of the sky. They could be one of the gods. We've never seen something of like that shape before. Keep your wits about you." To you, Creed, the voice sounds familiar. It's hard to pinpoint what it is until you see the familiar color of maroon on a silver field. A symbol of a castle with a star above its rook. The battlements reaching towards its points, as you recognize the sigil of the place that you last called home. That whoever this person is, as they step forward, was a veteran of the Glass Keep. And they look to you and go, "Stay your blades." Wait. I recognize those horns. And that's where we end our session. But yes, so that is where we end today, is after a crash in a stable landing into the Great Scorched Sands west of Scourdoon, met with spear points and yelling, as a veteran of a long-lost city fortress stands in front of you. And that's where we will be until next time. Hooray! Hooray! As you were prepared to go fight a god and then got immediately flat-gunned. Who's to say? And so it was pretty straightforward with what we did today. Wasn't anything super crazy. A lot of shopping and such, just kind of making things nice and pretty as you guys were getting yourselves ready to go for the next step in your arc to take on Shiva, as that is your next target that you've chosen. But it seems that you've hit a roadblock. So that's where we'll go from there. So, quick breakdown before we pass it along to someone else at the end of this session so we can all go hit the road. Favorite moments and things that have been doing the goings on. Starting with Mr. Creed, if you are able.
I am able.
All right.
So, brain fart. Like what I liked or not? Or,
Yeah, basically just favorite moments, if anything, or pass.
I don't know. I like the power move of just drinking Nameless's coffee. Zero hesitation. I was like, you know what? I want to do it. And then I did. But I couldn't drink the other one. I was very pissed about rolling nat 20 to fire a rifle completely not zeroed with a chance for him to stop talking trash. And since I was at disadvantage, I failed. That was rather upsetting. So.
It is upsetting, but it is just how it goes.
I also didn't get scammed by Clem, so you know.
It's
Call that a
not
W.
scamming.
He's basically a lawyer banker. You're getting scammed. That's all I got.
Fair enough. All right, Mr. Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't buy anything from him, so I just helped Nez have going down a little bit more. So, he didn't scam me. I like the middle finger into the face of Creed the whole time after he tried to drink my second coffee. I love the fact that he rolled a nat 20 and then, because of disadvantage of 5. Nameless is never going to stop talking shit. Just get used to it. Yeah, I did like the whole, like, oh, what does this do on your scope? Like, well, you about to find out. And then made him spend hours putting it back. Great.
Uh-oh.
Creed, it always seems like when you try to do something, like, kind of sketchy, it backfires on you every time. I mean, just thinking back to the copper incident.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to think about it.
But, yeah, the armor's going to be pretty cool to work with. So, can't wait for that. Can't wait to be sent to another dimension.
A pocket dimension?
Oh.
It's
Where I
gonna
can just
be...
float. I don't have to listen to Creed's voice or hear the tuna, and I can just relax. Oh, sounds amazing.
Is that gonna be what you're looking forward to? You want to get
Oh
sent
my
there?
god! Why do you think I said you sold me at disappear? Like,
yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, Mr. Nez.
My favorite moment is me gaslighting you.
Yeah. I was just like, what are you talking about?
You
that
actually
was really
thinking
good.
like was not like
that was really
in
good.
character coming to Clem.
Wait a sec. No, it's very good. It's very good. I loved it.
And I actually, to be honest, like, I just like this session. Like, I don't think I've ever talked this much in a session.
Yeah, it's sometimes good to have a little bit more of a prep session since you're going to be going after something big and terrifying.
And the other thing is, I hate the fact that I rolled 2 natural 20s on fuck around rolls.
You know what? It happens to the best of us. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll just keep those in mind for future problems. You know?
Like, when I mentioned the 1, and then, like, just a little later, I just, like, threw, like, 2d20 into my dice tray, and it was a 14 and a 20. Like, hello? Like, those were 2 good rolls.
What are you talking about? I mean...
But, nah, overall, tonight was a lot of fun.
Wonderful. And then Mr. Rexus.
Tonight was good. I enjoyed finding all the different items, and I mean, this is an 18+ stream, so I'm gonna say it. Fucking, we got the cat traveling in the pocket dimension. Dare I say, the pocket pussy?
God damn it! You son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch!
You piece of shit! And with that, we're out of here.
Dude.
Fuck this. We're done. We're done with
Let's
it.
go!
I'm more confused on how that wasn't me.
Right?
Wow.
I'm done with this. We're
That's-
out of here. Good night, everybody.
Pocket pussy with a little bit of astroglide.
Oh God,
You
we're,
gotta love it.
this
Fucking hell.
Every day we stray further from God.
every day. It just
Every day we glide in.
Someone needs to clip that, please. Please clip it.
I hate everything
Please
about
clip it.
this.
I hit marker at least. I'll get it later.
He'll fix the problem later. Oh jeez. Oh gods. We're We're gonna
I'm gonna
go.
put that on TikTok.
It'd be the perfect place for it to go.
It would. Fucking hell.
Can't believe you. Just can't believe it. I hate it.
I feel proud yet defeated at the same time because
You
it should have been me. Fucking hell. So good. Oh, by the way, long rest, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we're just gonna go raid into this guy, firefighter AJ. They're doing a little DnD action, so everyone can go have some fun with them, see what they're up to. It looks interesting, so take it as you see fit. And yeah, with that, bye everybody. We'll see you later.
Bye.